I would like to start with my formal with opening our forum. So, the Consul General Ms. Christiana Market, the Professor Dr. Gabriele Stauner, the keynote speakers, the participants, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me as a host to open our 8th Kazakh-German Logistics Forum. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the forum. It has almost become a tradition to organize such a forum here at the German Kazakh University. On my own behalf and on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the entire organizing committee here at the DKU for the active support in organizing this forum. I'm pleased that our forum always has a large number of participants. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, so we have to keep our forum, to hold our forum in online format, but the health of our participants is a priority for us, which is why we're holding it in online format. So nonetheless, I have confidence that the new format will not affect the quality of our discussion. I'm particularly pleased that we have a very good panel of keynote speakers today, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank them all for their willingness to participate in the forum. I would also like to thank Professor Burkhard Scheel for his active support in recruiting keynote speakers for us. I look forward, colleagues, to your contributions. As host, I wanted to give some technical advice at this point. So each speaker will have an opportunity to upload the presentations to Zoom and navigate it through during the presentation. If there are any technical problems, so we have your presentations on our computer, and we'll do it. We'll upload them into the system ourselves. So we hope our forum will run technically smoothly, but if there are any problems during the presentations, during the forum, so we have, with our colleagues in the marketing department, we have a very good team who will support us, will provide us technical support during the forum. So the forum will be held in English and Russian. For those who need the translation, as I mentioned in the beginning, there is a globe sign at the bottom here of your screen. Just click on it and choose a language that you want, choose the language that you need, just in case you need the translation. I would like to thank our both interpreters, Ganiya Nurkabayeva and Alexey Radovsky, for doing this great job. One more advice concerns the participants. So I see your nicknames on my screen. I would like to ask you to write your names into the chat so that we can see your name. It's for us, I mean, to register you in this forum. So on this note, I would like to hand over the floor to Professor Dr. Gabriele Stauner, the president of the German Kazakh University, for a vote of welcome. Professor Stauner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Cedric. Dear Consul General, liebe Frau Marker, dear Cedric, dear participants. As president of the German Kazakh University, I'm honored to welcome you today to the 8th Kazakh-German Logistics Forum. The DKU is glad to host this event for the 8th time since its founding in 2012. The initiative goes back to Professor Dr. Dietrich Tess, who is present today too. From the very first beginning, the University of Magdeburg and the IFF Fraunhofer took an active part in these meetings. Therefore, I especially welcome Mr. Regelin from Magdeburg and Mr. Scheel from IFF Fraunhofer both join us today. I'm also glad that our participants come from several countries. Already in 2018, we welcomed participants from Germany, Hungary, France, Russia, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan. We have also the Silk Road project in mind when we try to develop our activities in logistics. The new EU strategy for Central Asia is especially concentrated on interconnectivity between West and East. No doubt that the Kazakh logistic enterprises shall play an outstanding role as not. First of all, the Kazakh Railroad Company, Kastemir Sol. We shall be very glad to participate with our log centrum and could procure scientific know-how and analysis. Though we operate already in a considerable wide network consisting of universities like the Kazakh University for Transport and the University of Magdeburg and the IFF Fraunhofer, as well as logistic enterprises in Kazakhstan like Damu Logistics and in Germany. We are constantly looking forward to widen this network to establish new ties and find new collaborators with whom we can agree on research projects and research cooperation. As a result of this forum, we want to focus on special problems in the logistic field, from general logistics, storage, transport, production logistics to chain management. As you know, German Kazakh University takes a significant part in the formation of qualified staff in the field of logistics. Events like this play an outstanding role in our efforts concerning professional formation and education, because we bring together experts and scientists from both countries, Germany and Kazakhstan. Within the German Kazakh University, we have the LOG Center, founded and highly supported by the University of Magdeburg. We want to develop this center to an important contact point and a first address for research and knowledge transfer. And I'm honored to introduce you to Professor Burkhard Scheel, who worked long years as president of the Board of Trustees of Fraunhofer IFF. He's now the DKU representative for logistics in Germany. Together with Dr. Serik Beiman-Betov, Professor Kegen Bekov, and Mrs. Yerzakovic from the DKU, he is focusing his efforts to promote and further develop the logistic branch within the DKU. Thank you, Mr. Scheel, for your highly appreciated input. Dear participants, I wish you inspiring and satisfying discussions and hope I'm able to see you again soon ad personam and not just on the screen. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Stauner, for your welcome speech. So, dear colleagues, we as German Kazakh University, we enjoy we have enjoyed for years the constant and active support from the embassy and the consulate of the Federal Republic of Germany in Kazakhstan. And I'm particularly delighted that the German Consul General, Ms. Christiane Market, has responded positively to our invitation to attend the forum. And I'm delighted to see you on the screen, Professor Frau Market. And it's with my great pleasure to hand over the next word of welcome to Ms. Christiane Market. Frau Market, the floor is yours. Frau Market, your microphone is out.
Now, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, I'm actually joining you from Germany today. So good morning, good afternoon to everyone in Almaty, and of course, good morning to everyone on the continent who's joining. Dear President Stauner and Mr. Vice Rector and distinguished participants, I would like to greet you all very warmly today, all the participants of this year's Bilateral Logistics Forum. And first of all, my particular thanks goes to the German Kazakh University for again hosting and organizing this very timely forum. Logistics is a particular forte of the DKU's curriculum, and it has been consistently the most sought after course of studies for the students at the university. And as was already mentioned by Professor Stauner, this of course ties in with the government of Kazakhstan's enhanced focus on supporting the logistics sector and the future developments of the new Silk Road project, and of course as well as with the EU's connectivity strategy. And to inject already at the beginning of the proceedings, a somewhat self-critical remark, this connectivity strategy still lacks some meat, I would say. So, of course, I'm also counting on the participants of this forum to discuss some issues relevant to that. We are talking, I think, today about the challenges the global challenges that of the logistics sector. And of course, some of these challenges are not new, and they have been on the agenda for quite some time, such as new technologies, sustainability, the lack of skilled workers. But of course, with the onset of the COVID pandemic in spring, there is an entirely new set of challenges that have arisen. I think not many of us would really have foreseen how quickly borders could be closed, flights were grounded, and the supply chains were disrupted. So in a sense, the logistics sector had to think on its feet to adapt and respond to these challenges. And I think a number of which, such as people changing buying habits, online buying, will remain with us for quite a considerable time, and they will probably, very probably, outlast the pandemic. I think all in all, the logistics sector has actually coped quite admirably. So because the safe and efficient movement of goods continued largely uninterrupted. And this was by no means a certainty. I think we all recall, the panic buying, that a lot of people did in the spring when all the toilet paper and the noodles disappeared from the supermarket shelves, at least in Germany. I don't recall it so much actually from Almaty, if I'm honest. And as Consul General in Almaty, I was actually encouraged to hear the sort of surprisingly positive assessment of many German companies at the Business Forum in October. I think Thomas Helm, who is also a participant of this forum, he interviewed a number of companies during a tour around the Karaganda region and also, around Almaty. And a lot of the companies said, yes, it was challenging, but we sort of managed to adapt. Of course, that was before the onset of the second wave of the pandemic. So we have to see how things develop further. In any case, I mean, the smooth movement of goods, I think, will remain a mainstay of the economic recovery after the pandemic. So I look very much forward to hearing the views of the industry experts on the coming developments. I would actually also be very interested, maybe if it could, if experts could touch or to share their thoughts on the possible impact of the world's newest and biggest free trade area, the RCEP, masterminded by China. Somehow I've been in Germany for the last 3 weeks, and it's not so much in the public discourse here as it should be, I think. But of course, in Kazakhstan, Kazakhstan is not a member of the RCEP, but Kazakhstan is right next door. So I think it has a lot of bearing also, or possible bearing on what we discussed today. So in any case, I'm very sure that this forum and the exchange of the participants of this forum will bring a lot of added value to finding solutions to the problems and challenges we currently face. So I would like to thank once again everyone for participating, and I wish everyone fruitful discussions. And of course, I also hope to see a lot of you back in Almaty, after Christmas. So thank you very much for your attention, and yeah, thanks.
Серик, микрофон.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Markets, for your word of welcome. So it was very, I was very glad to see you. So albeit you are in Germany right now, so it's also very, very good. And indeed, we have a very timely discussion of the problems that the logistics is facing right now in these turbulent times. And well, most of that challenges will come to board during our forum, and I'm looking forward to the discussions as well. So, dear colleagues, so next we have a panel discussion and the work in both sections. Before we move on to them, I wanted to briefly introduce our moderators. We have 3 great moderators today in panel. So Professor Burkhard Schill will moderate. As it was introduced before by Professor Stauner, so Professor Schill was for many years the chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Fraunhofer Institute for Factory Operation Automation. And since this year, Professor Schill is the DECU's representative for logistics in Germany. So he will be the moderator of the panel discussion. Section 1 is moderated by Dr. Perizat Arimbekova. Mrs. Perizat Arimbekova is a lecturer at the Faculty of Engineering and Information Technologies at the DKU, and is an expert in the field of logistics in Kazakhstan. The next section, second section will be moderated by Dr. Tobias Regelin. Dr. Regelin is a lecturer at the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering at the Otto von Gerieke University in Magdeburg, and is a long-standing partner of the German Kazakh University. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for your willingness to do this not an easy task. And with great pleasure, I hand over the floor to you. So, Professor Burkhard Schill, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Professor Schill.
Okay, fine. Good morning, dear friends, dear colleagues, dear partners, and all people which are joining us all over the world. Good morning and good afternoon. So let me make it short because we have a tough program today. But before we start this discussion with our first session, I would like to point out some main topics, I think. One topic is, in Germany, we have actions from our government to support projects between our countries. I would like to remember that the agreement from 2012, which is in Germany the name Rohmaterial Technology and Innovation Partnership. It's a very important fundament for our activities. If you talk about the Magdeburg University and also Fraunhofer organization and others. So logistics is only one point, but it's a very important point. And we see over the last years high potential for new activities, and we have great opportunities at least. And from my point of view today, we should take the opportunity to look for new projects, for new joint activities, and not only look back and have nice presentations and so on, which I like very much. And we have very, very good partners today and speakers, and all of the speakers are very practical oriented, and they have experience. They have enough experience to talk about all what's necessary for the future future activities in the field of logistics. And the German Kazakh University is an excellent starting point from my point of view, and it's not new. We try to do what's possible to come together with partners from Kazakhstan, and I see Mr. Iskaliev, who will speak as the first session partner today, and others. We know us very well. But there's one point: over the last years, we have tried to come together with a continuous network or clusters or so on, but there was no real success, at least. So today, this is a great chance and a new opportunity to come to results. And so, from my point of view, to the speakers and to all participants, I would start this discussion and this panel with the point that we should try to come to concrete results at least. We have time, and we have enough time to listen, and we have good speakers, which will give us, I think, some very good ideas. And so we should use it at least. And this is, from my point of view, for the first, and now we can start. We have Mr. Iskaliev as the first speaker. And Mr. Iskaliev, we know us very well from your former jobs for logistics in Kazakhstan and also in Russia, and you have long and great experience. And so I would like to give you the floor and to give you the chance to speak to us. Mr. Iskaliev, it's up to you.
Thank you very much. My presentation, Шантос, подключаете, да? Я буду говорить на русском, если возможность есть такая. У нас с переводом есть, да, решение?
Да, есть.
Есть, да? Вот, ну, хотел представиться. Спасибо большое за теплые слова от нашего старого друга. Вот, в действительности есть большой опыт взаимодействия в качестве, когда работали в Казахстане, мы жили, в Казлогистик. Сегодня я представляю СК формации, это единый оператор. Можно расширить презентацию? Следующий слайд можно? Ну, компания существует более 10 лет. Основной упор связан с тем, что мы оказываем, получается, объединяем объем закупа. Вот, и за 10 лет экономия в части именно закупа произошла 130 миллиардов тенге. Второе – это поддержка отечественных товаропроизводителей. Мы осуществляем единые долгосрочные договора, то есть осуществляем поддержку местных производителей. Сегодня до 30% в нашем закупе это отечественные товаропроизводители. Как вы знаете, в рамках проекта комплексного плана правительства, и буквально недавно президент озвучил, это до 50 мы планируем довести. Третья составляющая – это равный и справедливый доступ лекарственных средств населения во всех территориях республики. Вы знаете, у нас большое транспортное плечи, и было время, когда в разных регионах очень сильно разнились цены на лекарства. Сегодня этого нет. Вне зависимости от расстояния, от логистических хабов, доступность в лекарствах в объеме и количестве, и цене, она унифицирована. Ну и, естественно, большой закуп осуществляется с международными организациями до 20%. Следующий слайд можно? Какие достижения? Ну, здесь, как было сказано мною уже, что мы внедрили электронное планирование. Мы работаем именно в части электронных закупок. Сегодня уже кое-что уже по закупкам зафиксировано. Идет большой объем экономии бюджетных средств, вот, который 132. Следующий слайд можно? Миллиарда. Вот. В части отечественных производителей это сегодня большая повестка. Вы видели, что все страны активно сейчас включились в поддержку местного фарм-рынка. В частности, я сейчас нахожусь в командировке. Мы тоже объезжаем наших отечественных производителей. Видите, в принципе, 30% в этом году бы достигли. Здесь стоит цифра 45, но мы до 50 доведем ее в 2025 году уже, в планах есть. Очень большие инструменты, имеются возможности именно по отечественным товаропроизводителям. Вместе с тем, это все связано с логистикой. Следующий слайд. Суть логистики у нас в следующем. Мы разместили 4 хаба. Северный – это Нур-Султан, Запад – Актюбе, Алмата и Чимкент. Это большие хабы, на которых по размерам терминалы почти 7 тысяч, 3 тысячи, где-то 4 тысячи в Алмате. И они обслуживают, соответственно, эти регионы. Запад – Атравскую, Западно-Казахстанскую, Мангостауский и север – Акмолинскую, Карагандинскую. Почему это сделано? С тем, чтобы снизить расходы, поскольку в течение года наполняемость этих складов очень меняется. Вот, и наши склады, в первую очередь 4, это предназначены для долгосрочного хранения и сопровождения холодовой цепи. А терминалы в регионах – это так называемый операционный склад на суточную и 2-3-суточную погрузку, манипуляции с грузами и соответствующую обслуживание медорганизаций в регионе. Вот. И сегодня мы по той модели работаем. Планируем, смотрим, сейчас изучаем возможность строительства собственных терминалов, но это пока на уровне исследований и проработки. Следующий слайд. Мы очень большое внимание уделяем холодовой цепи. Наша система вся сертифицирована стандартом GMP. Вот, и сегодня мы отслеживаем его как от производителя, то есть датчики температурного режима, как начинается слежение с самого завода, как внутри Казахстана, так и если мы получаем лекарства извне, самолеты или там рефрижераторы, они все учитываются эти данные. И если что-то происходит не так, мы, естественно, производим анализ, возврат идет, замена. Вот, очень жестко за этим смотрим. Тем более мы сейчас, вы знаете, готовимся, уже имеем опыт по обработке вакцин, гриппозных и других, где требовалась холодовая цепь. Ну и готовимся к приемке ковидных вакцин, которые имеются сегодня -20, а где-то и до -70 хранения. Наша работа связана с тем, что мы на своих складах ведем в рамках наших терминалов. Уже в медорганизациях производится холодовая цепь так называемых специальных термических сумках с сухим льдом, где соблюдается соответствующий температурный режим. Вот. Хранение в медорганизациях производится в центрах крови сегодня, части вакцин. Вот. Ну, мы до сих пор работаем над проектом, поскольку сегодня большой тренд по вакцинации, не только ковидных, это, вы знаете, и детские, и сезонные, и поэтому по вакцинам будет большой объем, соответственно, мы это отслеживаем. Следующий слайд. По гуманитарным грузам тоже хотели сказать. Я как пришел в свое время, мы утвердили на уровне правительства соответствующую схему предварительного информирования гуманитарных грузов. Вы знаете, было несколько скандалов с катарским грузом, ну, в основном это Ближний Восток. Ну, вот с того периода ни одного скандала не было. Мы проработали механизм предварительного информирования, то есть это означает все документы. Это для всех логистов понятный инструмент. До вылета самолета предоставляются документы полностью. Мы получаем на него разовоз, перевод, растаможивание в ноль, распыление этого груза. И самолет, еще не успев сесть, полный пакет. Соответственно, мы прям можем с аэропорта, с СВХ проводить распыление грузов. Определены конкретные лица, контакты. У нас круглосуточно ведется работа приема самолетов, терминалов. Вот, и сегодня данный механизм, он себя хорошо показал. Единственное, мы сейчас прорабатываем вопрос регламента распределения грузов с тем, чтобы у нас идет в некоторых медорганизациях перезатоварка. Вот, ну и рекомендации антикоррупционной службы прозрачности распределения соответствующих. Следующий слайд. По срочным мерам вся система СК-формации и фарм-дистрибуции государственной, она была рассчитана на так называемую плановую работу. То есть это по срочности доставки, по скорости, все это. Ну и когда произошел ковид, вы знаете, 10 раз увеличился объем потребления, как в рознице, так и в медорганизациях. Нужно было перестроить работу. Была ускорена в первую очередь работа наших машин. Круглосуточно переведен был терминалы, подсчет лекарств соответствующий. Ну, доходило, что двое суток там подсчитывали фуры. Это не было правильным. И сейчас у нас четкий хронометраж этих всех работ. Вот. Мы применили кросс-докинг, то есть напрямую начали где-то какие-то позиции отправлять в медорганизации с тем, чтобы не задерживать прямо в пути, в динамическом слежении мы эти работы производили, отслеживали и прям непосредственно в динамике раздавали эти потоки. У нас есть и слежение, то есть согласно договору эти машины мы видим по соответствующим системам слежения, трекинга. Вот. Ну и работа проводится. Следующий слайд. По непосредственным улучшениям работы тоже хотели помощи здесь, поддержки. Мы проводим работу с ассоциацией холодовой цепи. пытаемся работать, обратились ко всем банкам, ну, какие технологии нам нужны. Ну, понятно, холодовая цепь, supply chain management, кайдзен, поскольку очень важно точно в срок все осуществлять, расходы контролировать. Вот, мы поэтому обращаемся к донорам, институтам, ну, и хотели бы партнерскую работу наладить в части обучения персонала, медорганизации этим системам. Вот. Следующий слайд. По совершенству логистики мы изучили проблемы, то есть это детальное управление остатками на складах, это мгновенное, соответственно, планирование, как условно, как в Магдуме, да, то есть вне зависимости от человеческих факторов, чтобы был автоматом там, где упал ниже нормы объем, чтобы было предзаказы, все это сейчас мы выстраиваем. Контроль поставщиков, соответствующая оптимизация логистики за счет консолидации соответствующих заказов. Ну и здесь мы выстраиваем новую систему автоматизации, отделиваем систему управления складами, управление непосредственно транспортом и обмен данными с тем, чтобы видеть картину по всей территории движения транспорта. Ну и остатки, которые нам позволяют видеть потребление и реагировать с учетом срочно возникших проблем, потребностей, так называемых красных зон потребления лекарств. Следующий слайд. По маркировке, вы знаете, сейчас в рамках евразийского пространства ведется работа, в России уже она начата. У нас есть оператор Казахтелеком, с нами подписан меморандум, и мы работаем в части именно лекарственных средств. Здесь решение 2 – это борьба с контрафактом и возможность слежения непосредственно и списывания лекарственных средств в медорганизациях и у нас. Здесь в рамках проекта участвуют наши отечественные товаропроизводители: Нобель, Абди Ибрагим, Султан, Химфарм, Килун Фарм. Вот, и сейчас пилоты вошли также наши 2 аэропорта, Алматинский и Астанинский, где будет произведен процесс этикетирования. Вот, устанавливается сейчас оборудование, и уже с 1 января мы начнем пилот до конца года, и с 2021 года начнется работа по этой маркировке. Вот, очень важный вопрос, и буквально недавно на правительстве это заслушалось. Мы тоже, если есть возможность, где-то здесь готовы посотрудничать с университетами, какие-то, может, технические решения есть в этой части. Следующий слайд. Очень важный вопрос – это мониторинг остатков. Мы, как я уже сказал, сейчас большой вопрос связан с этим, поскольку наши остатки имеются в медорганизациях, на оперскладах, в хабах и непосредственно у производителя, когда он выпускает. Мы специально сделали систему единого сквозного учета этих остатков, поскольку в сегодняшней ситуации, когда нужно очень оперативно реагировать, мы должны видеть действующий факт. Если он, во-первых, там, где будет не хватать, мы готовы распылять лекарства внутри Казахстана, там, где необходимо реагировать очень быстро. Плюс у нас, как вы знаете, работа ведется над 2-месячным запасом, мы его накапливаем в хабах и будем реагировать на сверхпотребности. Вот, это в рамках этого неснижаемого запаса. Ну и контроль остатков – это очень важный приоритетный вопрос в работе единого дистрибьютора. Следующий слайд. И мы говорили уже о холодовой цепи. Данный вопрос очень важен, и мы пытаемся сейчас отработать непосредственно его автоматизацию, поскольку именно от части как раз вакцинирования, там любой отход от показателей, это может повлиять на непосредственно проблемы последующей вакцинации, смертельных случаев, поэтому очень важно холодовая цепь, и здесь очень много работ мы и с разными операторами, и брендами работаем, и Pfizer предлагает свои услуги, и другие компании. Вот турецкий опыт мы недавно изучали, то есть здесь тоже будет вопрос. Некоторые, знаете, позиции до 70 градусов, вот, и здесь варианты применения, возможно, RFID меток, то есть здесь тоже изучаем этот процесс, либо на нашей маркировочной системе. Очень важный вопрос, поскольку мы в медорганизациях, у нас слабая точка, именно медорганизация, слежение этой холодовой цепи. Поэтому сейчас ускоренными темпами прорабатываем этот вопрос и в тестовом режиме будем внедрение производить. Следующий слайд. Вот. Ну, здесь, как было сказано по холодовой цепи, очень важный вопрос непосредственно утверждения стандартов движения. Вот. И здесь предложил бы вообще институту или органам по данному вопросу провести отдельный форум, совещание, семинар. Очень важный вопрос, поскольку каждый по-разному понимает эту проблему. В частности, медорганизации недооценивают эту проблему. Вот. Сейчас многое все ускоряется, и непосредственно вопрос стоит о вакцинировании больших позиций. Вот, и мы к этому готовим. Следующий слайд. Это контакты ребят, которые занимаются непосредственно логистической формацией. Вот. Я всегда готов к сотрудничеству. Здесь вопрос стоит в том, что мы должны быть всегда готовы к любым вызовам. Вы знаете, мы работаем в поле, и именно от нашей компании зависит с точки зрения правильной доставки, вовремя работы по контрактам. Вы знаете, проблема в том, что многие позиции лекарственных средств, они сегодня на рынке, за них идет чуть ли не поиск постоянно, у нас борьба за контракты по некоторым позициям. Вот. И его доставка скорейшая в Казахстан тоже большая работа. Вот. Мы здесь применяем все возможные варианты решения, партнерство с нашими посольствами, и это с Европы идет, вы знаете, с Индии, Китая, со всех стран. Вот. И поэтому любая помощь консультативная, любая, не знаю, там, обучающая этим программам была бы нам очень кстати. Поэтому мы готовы, я всегда открыт к взаимодействию. Спасибо, всегда готов поддержать логистику. И то, что сегодня происходит вот с ковидом, еще раз показал, что логистика очень важный компонент в любой жизни любого человека, когда любой сбой, она приведет к большим проблемам. Вот. И мы сегодня очень сильно провели тестирование наших систем, как холодовой цепи, так и внутри терминалов. И считаем, что мы постоянно держим на контроле в ручном режиме. Вот. Рад ответить на вопросы. Спасибо.
Yes, Mr. Iskaliev, thank you very much for your ideas to cooperate. For example, I think this is very important, and we should take the opportunity to discuss it concrete after the last speaker of this session. And it's a very good idea. You know this log center, for example, and we try to find together, but let's come to this point back. And I would like to give my friend, Professor Wimmer, Thomas Wimmer, I can't see you, but I think it's an excellent point to follow Mr. Iskaliev and to talk about the general view of the BVL. The BVL in Germany, you know, they joined us already 2012-13 with the first tour logistics forum. And for example, 2016, the German Kazakh University was invited by the BVL to join the German Logistics Congress in Berlin. And this is an example that there was a lot of activities in the past, but at least we have to see for new and continuous activities. So Thomas Wimmer, it's glad to have you here with us. And now I would like to give you the floor to talk about the BVL activities and the trends, the global trends in the logistics sector, please.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you so much. And I'm so sorry that my Russian is worse. So I could follow the interesting speech before, only we are seeing the pictures and estimating which interesting information has been given. I try to give some information about trends and strategies. And now I have to find the way how can I separate my laptop. Here it is. I hope you can see it now.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Wonderful. So then we should start with the first page, shouldn't we? If it works. Yeah, okay, it works. Thank you so much. We heard quite a lot about the Silk Road. And my intention is to widen the name of logistics and supply chain management, because it's a very broad activity. There are many things which are done under the name of logistics. It is not only logistics service providing. You see there's retail, you see there's industry, and there's quite a lot of technology. There's EDP systems in it and so on. And if you look in Germany, then the logistics sector for Germany is very important. We have a turnover of about 280 billion euro. So it's the third largest economic sector in Germany. And if you look into this sector, who is dominating that, this is fast moving consumer goods, this is automotive, and this is metal production. And if we look at our markets where supply chain managers and logisticians are active, then you see it's a field of industrial contract logistics. That means Silk Road activities, for example. It is consumer logistics, and it's freight and transport. But at least if you look at the German activities, the majority of supply chain management activities takes place indeed at the industry and the retail companies. So in the producing or retailing companies, and only the minority, 49%, is done by logistics service providers. So logistics supply chain management is a very integrated activity, which can be very helpful to keep your industry and your value chains running. So if you ask what are the main three topics they are dealing with, it is digitization, it is staff, personnel, lack of skilled personnel, and it's cost pressure because we are globally active. I'm always talking about supply chains. This is what I mean. We have indeed a chain, a network, which starts from the customer and the retailer and the original equipment manufacturer and the suppliers. And there are many logistics service providers in between. And if you coordinate all that, this is the German understanding of supply chain management and logistics. So please don't focus at logistics service providing only. It is more, it is including production lines, it's including retail systems. So if you look at typical working spaces in Germany in supply chain management and logistics, you find here quite a lot of words. I don't want to go through it, but the word logistics is very small in it. Yeah, there is artificial intelligence, there is procurement, there is customer orders, and there's interlogistics and so on. So you see there are quite a lot of activities where we deal with, and it also includes the last mile activities, because the customer is not satisfied if you have as a retailer the goods you want on stock and not at the customer at home. So there must be some activities to organize it. And I think there's one of the main differences between Germany and Kazakhstan. Here are much more people in a smaller area. So it's very crowded sometimes, and you have to organize it very well. So what is happening in Germany? Not only in Germany. We name it the digital transformation. What does it mean? Are these opportunities for the companies, or are these risks? So most of the managers in Germany think big opportunities, but high risks, and they are afraid from changing, and they look what others are doing. And I think there can be much more agility. I would like, as it is in Asia, sometimes testing, starting, doing some new things, and then looking whether it's good and it's developing, it's working. So we are too German, always asking, and will it be possible or not? What can you do with digital transformation? You can increase your revenue, and you can reduce your costs, and you can transfer your business. You get new kinds of customers. You will be active in other fields that you might not have been estimated any time before. You get new customers, you get new focus, and if you are a logistics service provider, you should be quite in this network and in these activities, and you should be on the top of the first movers if you want to take care of your customers. So the BVL is doing, since, I don't know, 40 years, a survey, a regular survey each 2-3 years. We ask our members, and we ask logistics service providers, and we ask supply chain managers in the industry about the newest trends. And so one of our questions was, to what extent is your company's business model being digitally transformed? And if you look at this, it's a bit horrible. We start with the last row. You see that 57% do not plan, or do plan maybe in 5 years or later, or do plan in maybe less than 5 years, but they think about 5 and not about 1 year, and not about the next month. So they are not really active in transforming their business models. They become transformed, they get transformed from other companies and from the customers, and the customer is driving this transformation. So the companies have to learn quite a lot. Why do I tell this here? When I get in contact with Kazakh people, they tell me, oh, Kazakhstan, oh, it's also difficult. And I only want to show you that it's same difficult in Germany. So it is human being, and changing human beings' behavior is most critical. So please, you will make it, I'm sure, if you see that we in Germany are suffering from activities too. Very important in Germany, especially for the younger people, is sustainability. So you cannot offer any logistics service now if it's not sustainable. So especially customers and politicians, they have the greatest eye on it. They take for responsibility for sustainability, that logistics providers services have to be sustainable. And then sometimes the people think everything what is done electric or hydrogen technology is sustainable. But we all know that is not. If you look at Kazakhstan, the large distances, I don't want to see anyone moving with an electrical truck between two cities in Kazakhstan. They will not get far. So we need other technologies. We need diesel. We need alternative diesel fuels. We need hydrogen technology. We need. If you work in short distances, that can be very helpful to use electric cars. But if you look at the climate, it might be critical if you have minus 30 or minus 40 degrees. All the battery services are not working very properly. So I think you cannot have one solution for the whole world. And in a warm and fully equipped country like Germany, you can afford some kinds of sustainability. If the climate is against you, it is much more difficult to fulfill such ideas. But if you look at all the trends we had the last years, you see here, I don't want to go to each position, but you see that the main trends remain the same. So first, you find cost pressure. It is anywhere in each tower. You see it here. You see transparency, value chains, transparency in value chains, and digitization are closely together. If I have digital information, I have more transparency. I can see more. I can do a better steering. I can do a better control of the processes. So digitization is very important since many years. Cost pressure is very important since many years. To overcome complexity, to work with automation, with new technology. You see, the trends have hardly changed due to the corona pandemic situation, but only for the moment. So they remained stable. The general trends remain stable, and we have to deal with it the next years. So what has changed due to the corona crisis? You see, home office is now possible, video conferences as well. You know that e-commerce is the winner. You see that risk management becomes more important. You have to talk about your supply chains. Is single sourcing the right strategy? Do I have to do dual sourcing or multiple sourcing? Can I always buy globally? But we made the experience that the supply chains with Asia have been very stable in the past. And if you look at Europe, supply chain between Italy and Germany was highly critical. So you have to rethink your complete system, and you should not have any prejudices and believe that it's very simple for solutions. So let me conclude. I have only 10 minutes, so I have to hurry up a bit. What we learned now is long-term trends are stable. The impact of COVID-19 is rated lower than the adaptability of the standard trends. It has been a kind of accelerator concerning digital transformation. You see a correlation between digitization and resilience. If I know quite a lot, if I have transparency about my supply chain, it's more easy to act and to react in this supply chain and value chain systems. And yeah, if you have partners in your supply chain which you can work with, this is the most important thing, and you can do quite a lot of things together if you stay together. Stay together is another word about BVL. I added here 6-8 slides about BVL and how it's working. I don't want to go through it. You can get a copy of all the slides. At the end, you find the contact, how you can find me, and I think you made a good decision in studying at the German Kazakh University. They are very experienced, they are very engaged, and you have good teachers for supply chain management and logistics. And if we can support it in any way, we will do it from here with pleasure. Thanks a lot, my friends.
Yes, Thomas, thank you very much for your very interesting speech, and I think this will also an important highlight for the students from the university. You can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And I would like to remember that you are always very open to come together and to support the activities. But on the other hand, I know, and I will point it out, you are waiting for more, not from the German Kazakh universities, but you are still waiting for more activities from the Kazakhstan side. What I mean, for example, is, and I would like to point it out, that we will hopefully have next year's group, and we tried this already in the last years without success, to have a group which will join the German Logistic Congress in Berlin 2021. So I think this would be a great opportunity. Thomas, you address now, no, everybody knows it, yeah. And your phase two, and maybe you have a short remark for this.
Yeah, I think the next German logistics conference will take place from October the 20th to the 22nd. It will be not only digital, it will be a normal conference where you can meet in Berlin. We hope that the pandemic situation will be solved in October next year. So we have now many information that it's getting up with the medicine and all the services we need. So you are more than welcome. And if you want to join us in a digital format, you can do it always. So now you see that 8,000 kilometers between us. Yeah. No difference. We should be worried off. So we can have a good relationship, and we want to contribute if possible.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Thomas, for joining us. Let's see you. Stay in good health.
Have a good conference.
Yeah, thank you. So our next speaker will be from KAS Logistics, and KAS Logistics is a very large organization and already an expert network, more transport oriented, but I think it's very important for us to have KAS Logistics with us, and now I would give you the floor to talk about a little bit. Please look to the watch. We have 10 minutes for you. Please start this speech for us. Have we the friend from KAS Logistics with us?
Да, добрый день, уважаемые коллеги, участники ежегодного Казахстанско-Германского логистического форума. Пожалуйста, слайды поставьте, пожалуйста, презентацию. И первый слайд. Спасибо. Президент Казахстана Касым-Жомарт Токаев 18 ноября текущего года провел встречи с иностранными инвесторами в формате видеоконференции. В ходе мероприятия были подробно рассмотрены меры по восстановлению экономической и инвестиционной активности в Казахстане в условиях пандемии коронавируса, а также вопросы развития и повышения инвестиционной привлекательности нефтегазового сектора страны. По его словам, в условиях пандемии государством принят комплекс беспрецедентных мер по поддержке бизнеса и населения, что позволило снизить негативные последствия кризиса и избежать серьезного спада экономики. Глава государства также выделил возможности IT-сферы, которая в условиях негативных последствий пандемии дала мощный стимул для ускоренного развития цифровой экономики. По его словам, развитие отечественной IT-отрасли, куда Казахстан планирует привлечь не менее 500 миллиардов тенге в течение 5 лет, требует серьезной поддержки мировых технологических компаний. Следует отметить, что с первых дней введения чрезвычайного положения Союз транспорта Казахстана КАЗ Логистик осуществляет ежедневный мониторинг текущего состояния дел на предприятиях транспортно-логистического комплекса страны, в том числе и по внедрению цифровизации в отрасли. На сегодняшний день транспортно-логистическая отрасль страны потеряла большие многомиллиардные убытки, на восстановление которых требуется несколько лет. Но тем не менее есть и положительные стороны. COVID-19 показал, насколько важно идти в ногу со временем и насколько необходимы цифровые решения в работе каждого сектора. Сегодня я хотел бы вам презентовать цифровые проекты, введенные в транспортно-логистическую отрасль Казахстана, которые дали решение для упрощения процедур, минимизировали человеческий фактор, что в свою очередь ограничило распространение коронавирусной инфекции. Следующий слайд. Для бесперебойного обеспечения... Нет, верните тот слайд. Второй слайд. Спасибо. Для бесперебойного обеспечения столицы продовольственными и непродовольственными товарами во время ЧП был создан зеленый коридор. Для водителей, перевозящих грузы в, из и через Нур-Султан, для недопущения распространения коронавирусной инфекции была предоставлена возможность подать заявку на прохождение блокпоста на сайте post.igala.kz. Все, что необходимо водителю грузовика, зайти на сайт и заполнить все необходимые данные, в том числе подача заявки, не требует ЭЦП и прочих сопутствующих элементов. Такой метод сокращает уйму времени на бюрократические препоны, не нужно вручную заполнять данные на блокпостах. Таким образом, практически к нулю сведен прямой контакт человека с человеком, что очень важно в условиях пандемии. А данные о том, какие грузы и в каком количестве завозили в столицу, попадали сразу в базу данных штаба города. Данный зеленый коридор функционирует только в городе Нур-Султан. Следующий слайд. Пожалуйста, следующий слайд. В связи с введением ограничительных карантинных мер из-за коронавирусной пандемии с 20 июля 2020 года пункт пропуска Харгос КНР напротив пропуска Нуржалы РК перешел в ограниченный режим пропуска автотранспортных средств. По ситуации на 13 августа 2020 года на пункте пропуска Нуржалы в количество автотранспортных средств, стоящих в очереди, составляло 2500 единиц, а это порядка 56 километров пробки. Ежедневный пропуск не более 30 АТС. В целях решения вопроса скопления на пункте пропуска Нуржалы АТС на казахстанско-китайской границе был организован оперативный штаб, в который вошли представители государственных органов, ассоциаций и бизнеса. На сегодняшний день создана автоматизированная информационная система электронной очереди для проезда через границу грузовых АТС, а также техническая спецификация к системе автоматизированной электронной очереди для проезда через границу. Электронная очередь предназначена для АТС типа полуприцеп, трал, площадка, тент, рефрижератор, так как пропуск грузовых автомашин на территории КНР, у которых не отделяется кузов от тягача, так называемый тандем, ограничен. Система автоматически определяет очередь и показывает в онлайн-режиме количество машин в очереди, а также примерное время ожидания. При этом система, в зависимости от категории товара, экспорт, гуманитарные грузы и так далее, распределяет очередь транспорта по приоритетности. Так, порожний транспорт, направляющийся в КНР для загрузки товарами народного потребления, и транзитный транспорт находится в общей очереди. По состоянию на 5 ноября 2020 года очередь перед пунктом Нуржалы сократилась до 0 километров и составила 27 единиц АТС, а электронная очередь зарегистрировалась 6998 АТС. Следующее. Комитет государственных доходов Министерства финансов Республики Казахстан в рамках проводимой цифровизации и модернизации таможенного администрирования в сентябре текущего года запустил пилотный проект «Центр электронного декларирования». Целью пилотного проекта является повышение уровня таможенного администрирования путем максимальной централизации таможенного контроля в форме проверки таможенных и иных документов или сведений на уровне структурного подразделения комитета при помещении товаров под таможенную процедуру выпуска для внутреннего потребления. В пилотном проекте осуществляется документальный контроль правильности определения таможенной стоимости, классификация товаров, а также правомерности предоставления льгот и освобождений. При этом необходимые документы и сведения для проверки участников внешнеэкономической деятельности представляют посредством информационной системы Астана-1. На первом этапе в пилоте задействованы таможенные посты Департамента государственных доходов от Акмолинской, Атырауской, Костанайской и Северо-Казахстанской областей. В дальнейшем планируется постепенное подключение других территориальных органов государственных доходов. Преимуществами оформления центра электронного декларирования является централизация на уровне комитета процесса контроля таможенной стоимости товаров, что ведет к единообразию ценовой политики и принимаемых решений. Исключение контакта проверяющего уполномоченного должностного лица и декларанта, поскольку все взаимодействия производятся посредством информационной системы исключительно в электронной форме. Оптимизация трат на логистику внешнеторговых грузов ввиду того, что для декларирования товара месторасположение декларанта не имеет значения. При этом товары могут размещаться на любых приграничных терминалах. Следующий слайд. На сегодняшний день дроны используют не только для доставки груза или почты в Казахстане, но и для воздушного патрулирования. Полиция города Алматы с августа текущего года использует дроны. Эта техника применяется полицейским для анализа дорожной обстановки в городе, а также для выявления нарушений ПДД. Дроны пока несут службу на магистралях с интенсивным дорожным движением. Далее планируется передислоцировать их на второстепенные участки, позволяющие разгрузить транспортные потоки. Пробки, заторные явления, непредвиденные ситуации, создающие помехи в движении, эти факторы устанавливаются с помощью работы дронов и сразу же принимаются меры к их устранению. Кроме того, необходимо отметить немаловажную деталь. Эта же техника помогает выявлять нарушителей ПДД, предпочитающих ездить по полосе встречного движения, нарушающих требования разметки, дорожных знаков, нарушающих правила маневрирования, создающих аварийные ситуации и другие. После выявления дроном нарушителя инспектор, управляющий дроном, по радиостанции передает максимальную информацию о нарушителе, вследствие чего ближайший патрульный экипаж незамедлительно реагирует на сигнал и принимает меры к задержанию. В том числе изображение с летательного аппарата сохраняется и в случае необходимости могут служить доказательством правонарушения. Следующий слайд. Если говорить о гражданской авиации, то в аэропорту Нурсултан Назарбаев тестируется смарт-шлем со встроенным тепловизором. Данная технология привезена из Китая и позволяет измерять температуру моментально. На сегодняшний день его используют в пилотном режиме. В аэропорт передали пока 1 единицу. Шлем способен обнаружить людей с температурой до 5 метров, сигнализируя звуковым и визуальным сигналом тревоги о приближении любого человека с высокой температурой. Но у смарт-шлема есть и другие функции. Например, распознавать сотрудников по служебным удостоверениям, служебные автомобили. Нужно только настроить его функции. К слову, в некоторых странах уже не только слышали о ноу-хау, а даже широко используют новые шлемы. К примеру, специалистов в черных касках можно встретить в аэропортах Катара, Дубая и Поднебесной. В последней стране, кстати, приборы уже активно носят полицейские. Следующий слайд. COVID-19 привел к большим потерям транспортно-логистической отрасли, но тем не менее он и показал перспективные направления для дальнейшего развития отрасли. Для упрощения и сокращения времени перехода границ при перевозках груза автомобильным транспортом планируется оцифровка бланков разрешений на международные автомобильные перевозки. На сегодняшний день бумажная пересылка между странами занимает огромное количество времени. Например, между странами Центральной Азии ежегодно согласованная квота обмена дозволами составляет 5000 бланков. Сам процесс распределения дозволов может занимать до 60 дней, в том числе есть и дополнительные затраты в виде почтовых отправлений, уничтожения дозволов и так далее. Но одним из основных проблем является человеческий фактор, что приводит к непрозрачности всех процедур и приводит к избытку или недостатку дозволов у операторов. Что планируется? Для решения данной задачи будет создана электронная система, которая ускорит процедуру обмена информацией между странами, где будут автоматически определяться количество дозволов и их распределение. Также будет производиться их фиксация и использование и так далее. В том числе исключается человеческий фактор, что позволит избежать ошибок в данной работе. В заключение хотелось бы провести слова известного бизнесмена, основателя Microsoft Билла Гейтса. Эпидемия коронавируса серьезно отразится на ведении бизнеса. По его мнению, количество деловых поездок сократится более чем наполовину, и многие компании переведут своих работников на удаленную работу. По его прогнозам, более 50% деловых поездок и более 30% работы из офисов исчезнет. Сейчас уже не нужно следовать золотому стандарту, который бы требовало проделать весь путь и сесть передо мной. Можно использовать виртуальную связь. деловая поездка станет очень высоким порогом, и будут способы чаще работать из дома. Некоторые компании дойдут до той или иной крайности. Фактически сейчас мы можем за 20 минут по видеосвязи обсудить то, что необходимо сделать, затронуть основные вопросы. Впечатляет, сколько всего удалось сделать таким образом. Спасибо за внимание, у меня все.
Yes, Mr. Mukoshev, thank you very much. We know very well about your organization and your long partner of the German Kazakh University, and we are sure that for the future we have a lot of opportunities to talk about joint projects, what I mentioned already when I started this session, and your large organization is very interesting, and I think we have a lot to discuss after the session. Thank you very much again, and have a good time and stay in good health. And now I would like to give Dr. Stahlecker from Fraunhofer organization the floor. Thomas Stahlecker is a partner of mine. We had a lot of activities in Nur Sultan, or former Astana, in the field of Industry 4.0 with some Kazakh companies, and the project was named Model Digital Factories. This, what he presented today, is completely different. He's no expert in the field of logistics, but his institute and his activities have a lot to do with our thinking about more cluster and more networking activities and how to realize it. And these Fraunhofer ISI from Karlsruhe is very, very competitive in this field and is a good partner for national and international activities to give us recommendations from their point of view. And so I'm very interested to hear, Thomas, what you are telling us today. Please.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me and you can see my slides. Is everything working? Yeah, so I think you can see my presentation.
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah, perfect. So thank you very much for the invitation and for the introduction by Professor Scheel. I'm very honored to take part at this interesting conference. And as Professor Scheel mentioned, so we've been around for quite some years now in Kazakhstan, working in different cooperative projects with the Kazakh government. So unfortunately we cannot be together in Almaty. But I think everybody is doing his or her best to have a fruitful conference and discussion. So I'm very, very honored. So yeah, as Professor Scheel mentioned, so I'm not an engineer, yeah? So I'm an economist, and we at Fraunhofer Institute of Systems and Innovation Research, we particularly look at policies and at innovation policies and smart framework conditions, and we evaluate policies, and we support governments in designing and implementing policies, so what we call evidence-based innovation policy support. So I'd like to begin my short intervention or presentation with a few slides. I think Professor Wimmer used the same source, just to repeat it here. So this is what we are talking about in Germany. This is the turnover of the logistics sector in general. So it's about approximately 280 billion euro turnover in last year. So which is the broader definition based on different industries, if you would take into consideration of what's happening on the industry level in different industries, sectors, in the automotive industry and so on. People dealing with logistics, yeah, on the firm level, you would come to even larger figures related to turnover and employment. So the sector is growing in the last 15 years from 480,000 employees to more than 600,000 employees. So it's a very important industry here in Germany. So that has, of course, to do with the location of the country, surrounded by neighboring countries and in the middle of Europe. So it's a sort of a transit country, a marketplace. So this is reflected also in these figures, of course. We have the Deutsche Post, the DHL, and the German Railroad Company with the highest turnovers in 2019, with more than 10 billion for the Deutsche Post, and Deutsche Railroad Company with more than 7 billion euro, and Daxler and Kühne and Nagel. I think you probably know all those companies. So there's been a recent survey out, which has come out based on a questionnaire among experts, and what they did was actually asking the experts about the importance of different location factors for logistic companies. And what we see here is that the classic, I would say the traditional location factors are still important. So freeway access, approximately 80% of the respondents said that it's very important, the location and size of properties, the access to intermodal shipment, market volume, of course, qualified labor force, railroad connection, proximity to sea and domestic harbors. So you have a broad set of different location factors which are probably which have been over the last years, very, very important for location factors when it comes to competitiveness. This is a figure which I looked for in the documents which I found in documents I looked at for this presentation. It's about the relevance of technological adaptability, and it fits to, it's pretty much in line to what Professor Wimmer mentioned earlier. So it's quite a high, there's quite a high relevance of all those technologies which we consider as Industry 4.0 digitalization, which you can see in the upper right quadrant. So it's where we see a high adaptability of the companies, and also very high relevance. So we are talking about predictive maintenance, automatization and robotics, mobile access to data for clients, predictive analytics, localization technologies, RFID technologies, and so on. So there are some other technologies which are gaining in importance, but which are not major at the moment in terms of that they can easily be adapted, like artificial intelligence, and driverless transportation systems, the use of wearables, and so on. So people are expecting that these innovations and technologies are gaining in importance for the logistics sectors in the coming years. So as I mentioned earlier, so I look at the logistics sector and also at different industries more from a policy perspective, and I had a look at the instruments and the strategies of the federal government of Germany. So what is kind of a very very important document is the high-tech technology of Germany, so which our institute is supporting at the moment. And we've seen, we observe a few areas under the overall topic of societal challenges. Yeah, so this is in a way the normative turn which the government pursued in the last 10 years, so that more and more the so-called societal challenges are becoming more in the center of the attention. Not to neglect the other, of course, the technology fields and the industries, of course, but the question on how policy, innovation policy, and on how public funded research can contribute to societal challenges has become more important than ever. And under this umbrella or topic, so we see fields like mobility, areas like mobility, safety and security, and also economy and work 4.0, where the logistics sector is mentioned, and is also addressed by different instruments and focusing on different areas like intelligent emission-free transport, support of key sectors, the automotive sector, the logistics sector itself, of course, aerospace, rail and shipping, and so on, and the whole area of security in the digital world. What we also observe in the last couple of, or I would say 10, 15 years is a key focus on strengthening links between different industries and the different spheres in the innovation system, actually. So how policy and the different actors and partners and instruments can contribute to synchronizing and orchestrating the system, and improving the national innovation system and also regional innovation systems. And what you see here is the heuristic, the conceptual foundation, which we quite often use at Fraunhofer ISI of the innovation system. That is, so to say, the perspective, actors-wise and functional-wise, on different regions and the countries as a whole. And what you can see on the right side are quite, these are only a few examples of so-called clusters, value chains which are spatially bounded, and supported by the federal government or by the federal states, like in Bavaria. So there's a quite large IT logistics clusters, or around the Technical University of Aachen, the RWTH Aachen campus, where they focus very much on smart logistics. It's typically a research unit or a Fraunhofer Institute, or a competence center in the middle of these, so to say, networks and cluster activities. And they try to organize and find good structures on how to support surrounding companies in spatial proximity, in organizational proximity, in that kind of innovation sphere, and addressing the objective to strengthen competitiveness in the region and also on the national scale. So there's a digital hub in Dortmund. So there's a quite capable and ambitious Fraunhofer Institute located in Dortmund, dealing with logistics in different areas under different perspectives. So they created a hub, a digital hub on logistics there, and it's a challenge, but a lot of public funds, and also private funds are invested, to also in an experimental way to set up structures and organizational modes. So the competencies on the federal level, on the level of the federal governments, are divided between different ministries. So it's mainly the ministries of transport and digital infrastructure, and from a research and technological perspective, it's the Ministry of Education and Research, of course, the BMBF, and the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Technologies. And so they all have their, so to say, strategies or white papers or concepts, yeah, which are which have been developed and put forward or publicated more like as implicit strategies or more like explicit strategies, like this innovation program, logistics, from the Federal Ministry of Transport and Digital Infrastructure. Yeah, so you find these kind of policy documents on the different levels. Yeah, it's a federal state structure, yeah, in Germany, with divided competencies and with divided intelligence, if you like, yeah, and with divided competencies, yeah. And what they did here from the Federal Ministry of Transport and Digital Infrastructure, they defined or identified different priority areas, and I just want to show where the priorities are currently. It's about digital infrastructure, smart infrastructure, of course. So this is a public task. Yeah, it's about thinking of platform solutions, cross-modal digital transportation management, supply chain digital. That was what Professor Wimmer already mentioned. Labor and qualification, of course, yeah. So people look very precisely, very carefully on what's happening on the firm level, yeah. So in the end, so it's not about people versus technologies, yeah, and the one is replacing the other. So it's about people and technologies, yeah. So the technologies and innovation potentials will not replace the technologies. The technologies, of course, will not replace the people in the companies, yeah. So it's we carried out studies at our institute where we observed that there are few, or the most of the logistics companies and companies in other different industries, so they which are highly integrating technologies and innovation activities, or putting forward innovation activities. At the same time they grow, yeah. So it's not like that you know, these companies are losing jobs, and it's all about process innovations and the reducing of labor capacities to become more competitiveness. So it's also about growing and yeah, accessing new markets. So linking transport systems is quite, of course, a important topic. Smart railroads, intelligent rails. So the German railroad company, the Deutsche Bahn, is heavily investing in these kind of logistics infrastructures and logistics topics and so on. The air freight is, of course, highly relevant. Roads of the future, and what also Professor Wimmer mentioned, the pass on the last mile. So this is just a small intervention I would like to give you. I hope this is correct here. So I'm looking very much forward to the discussion later on, and I thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, Dr. Stahlecker, thank you very much indeed. I think this is very important to understand that you are talking about at least a holistic system and innovation system for logistics. And I'm very convinced that this is also very important for Kazakhstan to talk about this. You know that parts of your presentation are already realized in Kazakhstan, but we have a chance to come together in a larger formation, at least I mean a larger cluster or so on and so. I would like to give the floor to the speaker from Kaz Industry.
Professor
and Mr.
Professor Schillig, I have a very important information from Thorsten Thieme, from Mr. Thieme. he sent me a message on Facebook saying that he has a meeting at 3 o'clock with board of directors at his company.
Sure.
So we do, because he was due at the 10.
We
Yes.
should
He's
give him the floor now.
He's not competitive, yeah.
Yeah? Is he ready to talk?
Thorsten, are you ready to talk now, or do you have a meeting right now?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, please start.
Yeah, Murat, sorry for...
No problem. We
still.
We are flexible enough, okay?
I will show a short presentation. I guess we will have some minutes less. A short introduction, just fitting quite well to the speech of Mr. Stahlecker. He said Deutsche Bahn is heavily investing in infrastructure. What is true? And my topic here is, what is Deutsche Bahn doing in Kazakhstan, and what is the outlook for Deutsche Bahn for Kazakhstan? Very brief to introduce our activities running just now. As you know, Deutsche Bahn is one of the largest transport and mobility providers in the world. There's some figures. One figure is not there, and this is important in the end of my speech. And there are 13,000 to 14,000 passenger trains per day. What is a huge amount? What needs very well-planned logistics, very well-planned maintenance operations, and also customer orientation and customer information. As said, I will get back on that in the end. What is the very special on Deutsche Bahn? After all the reforms of Deutsche Bahn, it's still an integrated company, means all parts, all subsidiaries of this company are working together, and the main areas are freight transport and logistics, as we know, very important also in this region. The infrastructure, the heavy investment of the government of the German Republic into infrastructure over the next years to speed up the renewal of infrastructure and digitization of infrastructure. And this large part of passenger transportation, what gets much, much more important over time because of our approach to have a green economy, to have a green transportation. If I jump to Deutsche Bahn Engineering Consulting, doing worldwide jobs and projects, there are two very important projects in the moment. The one project is in Kazakhstan. The other project just won in Uruguay to build a new freight railway there. What we are doing in Deutsche Bahn Engineering Consulting, because we are a subsidiary of Deutsche Bahn, we can provide all services around planning till executing an operation of railway transport. You can see here, it's going from feasibility and finance over design, construction, testing and commissioning, operations and maintenance. This is more the engineering part, but you can imagine that the consulting part is very important for all management functions in these companies from the beginning till the end. End means starting the operation and going in maintenance and reinvestment. There's a third part in engineering consulting. This is training. This is also very important because we had already in 2014 the first experiences here in Kazakhstan. Is training. We have the Rail Academy worldwide, and there are again and again discussions how we can increase the training part in Kazakhstan and how we develop together with local entities a new curriculum for trainings of railway workers, but also in logistics. Saying that, you know, the basket of services we provide worldwide, why we are interested in Central Asia. It's not only Kazakhstan, still Kazakhstan is the largest country here in this region. We consider this Central Asia region as the core element of transnational logistics today and in the future. We are thinking dependent, or maybe not dependent, increased or pushed through the Belt and Road Initiative of China. And there's a more and more rising importance of Central Asia in terms of logistics. This is the one thing everyone knows about. Another point what we have is that we are thinking if we have the transnational corridors through Kazakhstan in the direction to Europe, but also in other directions like Iran, there is a need to develop also the regional hubs, the regional economy, the regional areas like Almaty, Astana, but also now in Turkestan. We think that we are ready to help here also, not only to have these transnational corridors, but using the investments in these corridors also to increase the regional development. What are the main directions of our work now? This is develop or improve business models for Kazakh companies. One example I will show you after. To support the renewal and digitization of infrastructure and assets means, of course, the construction planning, the quality assurance of this construction work, but also the management, the digital management of all these assets in terms of management of critical infrastructures, management of maintenance in the direction of predictive maintenance, and of course, digitization of the management itself. What is quite often forgotten in railways, that we are not only talking about assets and infrastructure, but also about the management itself, a new management approach. And the last one I mentioned already, leverage the international experience of Deutsche Bahn to national experts. This is one of the tasks we have also today in this country. I promised an example. This is what we are doing just now in Astana for passenger transportation, for the headquarters, but also for the regions of passenger transportation. It's a very simple picture on what we are doing here. In the middle, you have this white box, and there's fleet improvement, because we are saying whatever we are doing in business needs to have a value. And whatever we have in passenger transportation is the rolling stock, are the coaches. Therefore, we're caring about the rolling fleet, the rolling stock here very intensively. Maybe you heard we have this competition just running till December. We support for KTG Holding to buy new coaches up from 2022. This is an amount of around 500 coaches. But this is not everything, because we have already thousands of coaches here. And as you know, the coaches are quite old. We need to have renewals here. This is the heavy overhaul, but also some smaller things like renewal of the toilet systems in the old coaches to increase the capability to provide state-of-the-art service here. And then, as we know, there are some operational things we can improve easily. This is, for instance, using better coal to decrease the amount of work the train crews have with this heating of the coaches itself. This is in the middle. This is the core asset of this company, and what we need or what we can do out from this is, on the one side, a better customer orientation. Coming to this question, is the customer satisfied? Answering before the question, who is our customer? Is it the ministry or the people? We are on the way to create new services, defining new products, renew or find new sales channels. One example is here to relaunch the website of passenger transportation. And of course, on the customer side, very important is the revenue management, that we know where our revenue is coming from and how to increase the revenue overall the company. The other side you can see is operation. And in operation, we put together everything what we are doing internal. We have here in Kazakhstan quite often in companies the status that the processes are still very complicated. We have still tons of papers in these companies. We don't care too much in a lot of companies about the efficiency of this operation, producing the value for the whole company. Therefore, we are having here a couple of initiatives And the core, we are looking at the efficiency of the route network. Is every train utilized by clients? Can we change the routes? Can we increase or decrease the amount of trains on these routes? These are all questions where we are handling now. We have a model built for this to have not only the demands on the one side, but also the financials on the other sides. And this is one thing what will go live in the middle of next year already, the first steps. But it is also, as you know, building a proper timetable for a country takes some time with all the changes and all the interfaces to the environment you have here. The first step is set next year, mid of next year, and then in the following years, additional changes in the timetables. Following the demand to increase the revenues. Again, this idea, the value first, we have to increase the revenues to reinvest in the infrastructure or in the assets. But there are also other things to do. There are a lot of processes, I said already, are quite complicated. We are into this task of process redesign. And another area I want to mention is finding new regulations, not regulations, but new processes, how to do the maintenance in a faster way with a better quality in the end. These are the things you can see, but behind there are three other boxes. The one is create new responsibilities and management, very important because we are here in this region, in the post-Soviet region, still not on the level of taking responsibility for your work, making decisions or get allowed to make decisions. Here we need a different management approach. This is the underlying success factor for everything what we are doing here in this transformation. Another point, very important, not only for the company we are just in, for a lot of other companies existing already for 20 or 15 years, there's a need for reinvest in IT. There's a need to reinvest in the finance processes. This is the second box where we are carrying here in passenger transportation. And the third box is every time how to deal with the environment. And here I mentioned two main factors beside the government, of course. The main factors, what we have and what we can manage from inside the company is the procurement process itself. As said, we are supporting just in a moment international competition on these coaches. That brings also a long discussion how to do and why we are doing in a different way, bringing the European knowledge and let's say also the international state of the art of procurement here. We try to redesign then step by step also procurement functions inside the company, but this needs to be aligned, of course, with KTG Holding itself. And another thing is, beside quality service management, is provider management. Quite often it is in that way that after procurement, no one cares so much. But we are saying, and this is our experience, that you have over time, every time, a provider management looking for the quality, looking for the prices, looking for the further development of this relationship to get the highest value for the company to support the business model. This is what we are doing just now in passenger transportation in the holding of KTG. So maybe this as a very short overview, what is the interest of Deutsche Bahn and what we are doing here just now in Kazakhstan. I think this is a starting point for a longer story. As said, the first steps were done already in 2014 with education, then a large business transformation, now completely different approach here in passenger transportation, but there will be more projects. Thank you very much so far. And so I want to end this speech.
Yes, Thomas, Thorsten, team, thank you very much. And have a good day. You have a meeting after this and good success. And thank you very much for your presentation. And it's a long way, you are sure, but we have a starting point. I will underline this. I think this is a very important fact that together with our vision of the logistics center, which is called Transfer Center for Logistics, we can do a lot of things in the future, and we have to talk about it in detail, and it's not enough time today, it's clear. But what I mentioned and what I would like to underline is that we have a great chance to come together for the future, together with partners from Kazakhstan, and this is a very, very good view. Thank you very much again, and see you, and we will continue our discussion later.
For sure. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. So then we have the next speaker from Kaz Industry. Is it right, Mr. Weimann-Beper?
Yeah, exactly. That's
exactly. Yes, it's our last speaker in this session. And Kaz Industry, I think it's very interesting for us because we have experience with the former KIDI Institute, and what I mentioned already, Dr. Stahlecker and me, we had a very close work with KIDI in the field of Industry 4.0. And what I've learned is that our next speaker, Mr. Bekmar Gambetov, has experience in the field of logistics. And especially what I've learned is that he has a trainee program or an education program in Hamburg, here in my hometown, with the Kühne Logistics University. Is it true? Okay, please give us your information from Kaz Industry, please.
Добрый день, меня зовут Мурат Бекмагамбетов. Проверка связи. Хорошо слышно меня?
Да, хорошо, хорошо, Мурат.
Окей. Я просто тогда ближе к компьютеру просто сяду, чтобы видно меня будет плохо, но слышно хорошо. Да, действительно, я работаю в Казахстан-Тимир-Жилы, в национальном, получается, железнодорожном операторе Казахстана, национальной железной дороги. Я очень много изучал, получается, логистический опыт, в том числе немецкий. У меня было 2 образовательные программы, связанные с немецкими компаниями. Это университет Кюненагель, и была образовательная программа, даже 2 образовательные программы, связанные с DB International, который представляет предыдущий спикер. Это Торстен. И мы изучали очень много логистики, перенимали опыт, организационное построение железнодорожной компании. И работая на позиции директора департамента стратегии КТЖ, мне это очень сильно помогало. И сейчас, когда я работаю в Kaz Industry, здесь логистические компетенции 2-й год развиваются, занимаемся анализом. Это все очень сильно помогает, потому что общая логика развития логистики, она, несмотря на то, что в Казахстане мы, наверное, значительно отстаем в зрелости логистики современной, она очень сильно помогает. А сегодняшняя моя презентация, она в общих трендах. Я хочу вообще описать все те моменты, которые произошли за последний год в транспорте и логистике Казахстана, описать какие-то ключевые факторы, такие очень интересные, и остановиться на том, что будет, на мой взгляд, актуально на следующий год или в среднесрочной перспективе. Если у меня есть право демонстрации экрана, я просто хочу там цифрам, чтобы было наглядно видно. Так, сейчас попробую. Да, есть у меня. Так, если всем видно, разрешите мне начать. Это ключевые цифры по развитию транспортной логистики Казахстана за 10 месяцев. Как вы видите, перевозка пассажиров упала на 61%. Пассажиров, соответственно, также упал. И в меньшей степени на все вот эти последствия, связанные с ограничением, связанные с ковидом, повлияли на грузовые перевозки, но это коснулось в большей степени такой мелкий тренд, можно сказать, да. Он произошел только благодаря тому, что большая устойчивость продемонстрировал именно железнодорожный транспорт ввиду его вертикальной интегрированности и фактически наличия всех цепочек и управления всей системой в одних руках Казахстан-Тимир-Жилы. Далее детально остановимся, получается, по каждому сектору будет видно цифры, насколько, что, как продемонстрировали результаты, и там вы увидите эти моменты. Что касается, не знаю, как для кого, для Казахстана сегодня логистика, она на 2 факторах, да, базируется. На самом внутреннем развитии транспорта, А второй момент – это, конечно, реализация своей роли как транзитного хаба между Европой и Азией. Здесь, как вы видите, результаты следующие. Транзит железнодорожным транспортом вырос на 24%, если мы посмотрим в тоннажном его исполнении, да, то есть это вагонный плюс контейнерный транзит. Если мы посмотрим на контейнерные железнодорожные перевозки по всем направлениям, то они выросли на 35%. Детально по видам направлений мы остановимся далее на слайдах. Если посмотреть вот на ключевой такой стратегический момент, да, который является для Казахстана, это направление между Китаем и Европой, это вот нижний график, он вырос на 62%. То есть мы вернулись, по сути, к тем результатам, которые показывали до прошлого года. И пандемия здесь, на самом деле, ключевой фактор. Далее я на этом детально остановлюсь. Что касается автомобильного транзита, то он вырос на 5%, такой незначительный рост. Но опять же у нас были существенные проблемы с пересечением границ с сопредельными странами, с Узбекистаном, с Туркменистаном, с Китаем, с Российской Федерацией в направлении Турции. Так, допустим, автомобильные перевозчики приводили пример, что в направлении Турции у нас оборот транспортного средства чуть ли не в 4 раза в пиковые периоды, с апреля по май он фактически такой плохой становился, что сказывалось. А учитывая, что структура рынка автомобильных перевозчиков – это средние и мелкие предприятия, соответственно, каких-то таких вот консолидированных решений по диверсификации фактически на этом рынке оно не могло быть принято. Если посмотреть на наш транзит помесячно, очень интересный тренд как бы показывается. Если получается в январе-феврале, то есть у нас такой, январь это фактически те объемы, которые с декабря прошлого года были недовывезены, в феврале пик пандемии в Китае, и у нас фактически прошло 40% падение. С марта месяца пошел резкий рост. То есть, если вы посмотрите на график, то увидите оранжевые столбцы – это вот текущий год, прошлый год, получается, это, получается, голубые столбцы. Да? И вы увидите, что если, получается, мы до этого в среднем возили где-то по предыдущим годам где-то 50-60 тысяч тонн в месяц, то в апреле, в июле мы начали возить по 83-86 тысяч, получается, ДФЭ. И вот этот вот факт в том, что как мы знаем, в этот же период в китайских портах начиналось скопление судов по причине того, что погрузка была очень плохая. Фактически портовые работники, то есть они там по причине болезни также были ограничены в своем труде. Вот этот вот момент, он позитивно сказался на сухопутном транзите через Казахстан. И вот этот вот аспект в том, что вот эта вот устойчивость вообще в целом торговли, взаимоотношений и вклад в борьбу с ковидом международную, он в том числе казахстанским транзитом был сделан, было отмечено МИДом Китая в августе или в сентябре месяце, когда они вот в своих документах этот аспект отметили, что вот этот такой рост, он в том числе обеспечен в том, что налаженными логистическими цепочками устойчивости самих этих контейнерных транзитных маршрутов через Казахстан обеспечена стабильность поставки медицинских изделий, получается, да, и всего необходимого без ковида в направлении Европы. И видите, эти параметры, они на самом деле, не знаю, как для вас, для меня они на самом деле впечатляющие, то есть это результат. Но столь бурный рост транзита, он выявил другую проблему, которая очень сильно сказалась. Это в том, что на подходе к основному нашему пункту перехода с Китаем до стык-МНТ у нас образовалось большое количество скоплений поездов, в том числе брошенных, и это стало ограничивать наши экспортные поставки. В этой связи, получается, государством были приняты решения перенос проекта модернизации инфраструктуры на участке до стык-МНТ с 23 на 21 год, и сейчас идет предпроектная проработка. Я думаю, в течение первых 2 месяцев следующего года будет прорабатываться структура финансирования проекта, но, скорее всего, он будет за счет государственного бюджета, потому что вот этот момент, когда столь интенсивное движение транзитных поездов по однопутным участкам, достык-моменты именно однопутный участок, он негативно сказывается вообще на устойчивости системы, поэтому этот момент он также проявился. Что касается такого десятилетнего тренда, да, то есть это просто я хотел показать о достижениях вообще казахстанской транспортной системы за 10 лет в части развития транзита. Как вы видите, если взять вот 2011 год, это объем всех транзитных перевозок через Казахстан, 238 тысяч контейнеров, ДФЕ, вернее, да. То есть мы видим 4-кратный рост за этот период. Вот эти вот результаты 2020 года, которые продемонстрированы, они продемонстрированы достаточно консервативно при условии, что будет возиться оставшийся ноябрь-декабрь месяц по 60 тысяч контейнеров. Почему мы из этого исходим? Мы видим те ограничения, которые в Европе вводятся. Мы думаем, что это все-таки скажется на устойчивости транспортной системы. И поэтому, конечно, будем оптимистичны, но мы прогнозы ставим пессимистичные. Если тренд сохранится, как в предыдущие месяцы мы будем возить по 75-80 тысяч контейнеров, то, соответственно, в всех направлениях, то, соответственно, мы выйдем на цифру где-то 870-880 тысяч контейнеров. Это будет своего рода такой приличный рекорд для казахстанской транспортной системы в обеспечении международных перевозок. Я обещал показать в разрезе направлений. Если посмотрите в разрезе направлений, конечно, существенно здесь является стратегическое направление на Европу. Вот результаты показаны как в течение 10 лет, так и за последние 10 месяцев. Видите развитие такого направления стратегического, на которое наш национальный компания...
Sorry, but we have only 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah?
Хорошо, я извиняюсь. В других направлениях все это видно, получается. Что касается по видам транспорта, я быстренько пройдусь. Объем перевозок на железнодорожном транспорте он упал почти в половину. Здесь основной мерой компенсации со стороны государства было в том, что предусмотреть те затраты, которые на компенсацию убытков перевозчиков по социально значимым маршрутам, чтобы они могли использовать эти средства для того, чтобы финансировать содержание своих людей и в принципе, их не увольнять. Объем перевозки грузов он вырос на 1%, что показывает, еще раз говорю, об устойчивости. Что касается автомобильного транспорта, здесь автобусные перевозки и грузовые перевозки автомобильным транспортом, вы видите, что автомобильный транспорт испытывает большее давление со стороны ковида, а перевозки пассажиров меньше, более значительное влияние. Что касается сферы гражданской авиации в Казахстане, это, как вы видите, 38%, если в пересчете на деньги где-то порядка более чем 40% доходов потеряла гражданская авиация. Однако с перевозками грузов у нас другой аспект произошел. У нас рынок показал, что большая часть грузов, которые авиационным транспортом, он все-таки перевозится в Казахстане в отсеках грузовых бортов. Поэтому с отменой многих пассажирских рейсов у нас де-факто связанность с дальними регионами, такие как Ближний Восток, Юго-Восточная Азия, она фактически пропала. И вот эти вот аспекты с дороговизной транспортировки авиационным транспортом побудили две компании, по крайней мере, заняться авиакарго. Но из ключевых факторов гражданской авиации у нас новый аэропорт заработал в Туркестане, который 1 декабря примет свой первый рейс. То, что касается инфраструктуры базовой, здесь показаны параметры ввода инфраструктуры в течение до конца года. Что касается других трендов, то, на чем бы я хотел остановиться, нужно остановить демонстрацию экрана. Первый аспект, который самый интересный на рынке, я считаю, что то есть это первое, что на рынке масштабной цифровизации не демонстрируется, за исключением того, что национальный экспедитор КТЖ Экспресс, он, в принципе, дорабатывает свою систему, CRM-систему, где он, в принципе, в постоянном режиме совершенствует какие-то аспекты. Цифровизации рынка не происходит, на мой взгляд, по той причине, что маржа в транспортном рынке Казахстана, она сегодня не столь значительная, не более 10%, за исключением вертикально интегрированных компаний, такие как Air Astana или Казахстан-Тимир-Жолы. А по причине того, что многие компании маленькие и слияние и поглощение на рынке не демонстрируется, нет ресурсов для этого. Со стороны государства, к сожалению, такого дешевого фондирования для инвестирования в это нет. Второй аспект, самый важный, который тренд возникает, это государство увлеклось демонополизацией и развитием конкуренции, причем не всегда понимая, куда эти тренды могут привести. То есть, если мы посмотрим на те инициативы, которые антимонопольный орган демонстрирует для демонополизации национальной железнодорожной компании, то они просто смешны. Там предлагается продать локомотивы, вагоны, а потом приватизировать компанию, у которых активы, часть активов уже фактически были, грубо говоря, государственным моментом будут отвлечены. Ну, радует одно, что это только планы пока. Рынок, конечно, на это достаточно хорошо среагирует. Кроме того, 2 частных перевозчика в следующем году расширят свою сеть курсирования, что, опять же, ставит большие возможности к тому, что сложность транспортной экономики усложняется, значит, есть аспекты к тому, чтобы повышать эффективность транзакций. А этот аспект хорошо сегодня реализуется цифровизацией. Третий момент, то, что связано с транзитом. У нас конкуренция за транзит, к сожалению, к нашему, она усиливается. Российская Федерация начала субсидировать транзит от портов Дальнего Востока до портов Балтики. Это приведет к тому, что мы фактически такой рынок, как рынок Японии и рынок Кореи, наверное, скорее всего, потеряем, потому что все-таки большая сегментированность границ, она для транзита не очень хорошая, а Российская Федерация решение более дешевое предоставляет, при том, что там тарифные ставки, они и так были дешевле до этого. Второй аспект, это, конечно, нас немножко озадачивает диверсификация транспортной системы Узбекистана, в том, что они пытаются и в Пакистане порт получить, и активно стимулируют Кыргызстан и Китай к реализации проекта Китай, Кыргызстан, Узбекистан. Однако, по нашему мнению, получается, кроме инфраструктуры, есть еще логистические аспекты, связанные со сложностью реализации проекта, потому что мало того, что запустить саму инфраструктуру, нужно еще предоставить соответствующие решения. Если посмотреть на наши аспекты развития транзита, допустим, на Европу, у нас ушло несколько лет для того, чтобы мы вот эти вот технологические и тарифные условия сравняли. Третий аспект, который достаточно интересный для транспортной системы Казахстана, это инициативы по развитию аэрохабов или аэропорт-фризон, которые выдвинул аэропорт Алматы. Please.
We have to finish. Sorry, I'm very sorry.
Okay.
You ready?
Я извиняюсь, что не смог как бы все раскрыть в течение этих 10 минут, просто на самом деле информации много, но если есть вопросы, я готов на них отдельно ответить. Вот эти вот моменты, они, мне кажется, ключевые для транспортной системы, чтобы понимали, то есть на таком макроуровне. Поэтому я извиняюсь, что не уложился время. Спасибо большое.
Okay, I'm very sorry, but your topics, we understand the topics very well, and I think we have enough to discuss later. And again, the German Kazakh universities and all of their partners offers itself for further discussions and for further reflections. And Mr. Beimann-Bethoff, I think the next session is waiting, and so we have not enough time for discussion. But I think it was better to have the speakers with their speeches here, and we can organize, or you can organize the dialogue later, maybe a separate session in the next week or whatever it's possible. We are ready to come together again. So it's up to you, Mr. Beimann-Bethoff. Thank you very much, all speakers, for the first session and your very interesting remarks, and we will be sure we will come back and we will look to further details. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. George, thank you very much for your contribution as the moderator of the first of the panel session. So I do think that it's very important to have a discussion. I mean, at the end of each session. So even so that we are a little bit delayed, so I see we're out of time. But perhaps 5 minutes for discussion, because I see one question. There is one question in chat for Murat Bekmambetov. Murat, may I ask you? May I address this question to you? Мурат, в чате пишет, например, Василий Королев пишет, что в отчете Института Карек ответственность за неготовность приема поездов лежит на нашей стороне. А по вашему мнению, на стороне китайцев? Можно комментарий с вашей стороны?
Смотрите, вот в данном случае ситуация, она в части чего такая? То есть в период вот этого текущего года, вот, допустим, у нас есть несогласованность по объему приема передачи поездов с китайской стороной. То есть, если смотрите, допустим, пропускная способность ДСТК, допустим, составляет 16-18 пар, то есть путем улучшения, получается, внутренних диспетчерских, логистических процессов казахстанская сторона способна была поднять объем передачи поездов до 20 пар, для того, чтобы вот эти количество брошенных поездов просто решать эту проблему. Китайская сторона, к сожалению, не готова была к приему больше 12-14 поездов, и то только после обращения стороны правительства, обращения министра и так далее, этот аспект был решен. То есть в стабильных условиях, как пишет Сарек, да, ситуация зачастую так и происходит. Нужно смотреть на эти аспекты, потому что иногда неприем поездов связывается и с климатическими условиями. Мы все понимаем, что Достык – это все-таки станция Бесколь на пути, где очень сильные ветра, и которые приводят к ограничению поездов. Второй момент – это затаривание станции Достык в связи с тем, что сложность транспортной экономики усложняется, и очень много субъектов. И вот этот вот аспект мы вот в этом году проводим исследования по сложности работы на станции Достык, и мы понимаем, что станция не совсем готова технологически в части планирования вот этой вот сложности, потому что если кто был на станции Достык, он видел вот эти моменты с враждебным движением, когда фактически по низинным пути, получается, или подходы к паркам станции, они фактически пересекают друг другу, да, что ограничивает движение. Сейчас на станции Достык строится еще один терминал, да, соответственно, вот эти аспекты сложности, они еще усложняются. И решение в этой части, скорее всего, в какой-то современной системе интегрированного планирования работы станции. А системы, которые сегодня на рынке присутствуют, в Казахстане, в частности, у Казахстана-Тимиржила, они рассчитаны на вертикально интегрированное планирование и управление этой системой, что современности не соответствует.
Спасибо, Мурат. Perhaps one more minute, if I may. So I have a question from Mr. Iskaliev. Mr. Iskaliev, so all of us, we know that the vaccine will be soon on the market. I mean, the vaccine against the COVID-19. How well are we in Kazakhstan prepared to transport the vaccine, given that the transport of the vaccine requires refrigerated trucks? Because you spoke about this a little bit in your presentation. According to the information of World Health Organization, the transport of the vaccine requires refrigerated trucks that cool the vaccine down to 80 degrees. Okay, I believe Mr. Iskaliev is not with us anymore. Okay, thank you very much to everyone who presented in the first session. So now we move on to the second session, which will be moderated by my colleague Perizat Arimbekova. So Perizat, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Guten Tag, liebe Teilnehmerinnen und Teilnehmer des Forums. Ich grüße Sie ganz herzlich. Ich möchte Ihnen hier erfolgreiche Arbeiten im Forum wünschen. Good afternoon, dear participants of the VIII Kazakh-German Forum on Transformation of Logistic Services in the context of modern global challenges. Well, first, let me express our great appreciation to the participants and to our distinguished moderator, Mr. Burhatshil, for an interesting plenary meeting. So we begin our session on theme of revival of the Great Silk Road at this stage. My name is Piruzat Arimbekova, and I'm the moderator of this session. I would like to return to 10 minutes. Dear participant, in case of any questions, we ask you to post them in the forums chat. This session will provide an opportunity to highlight themes that address it to current impact of the crisis on international transport in the context of on the context of on the context of pandemic and emerging challenges in this field of transport and logistics. Well, transport today, transport is a key to the economic development of countries. Availability of efficient transit roads and transport will determine the future functioning of the Silk Road integration stream. Together with guests and participants of this forum, we will analyze the experience of foreign colleagues as well as leading experts of the field of transport of Kazakhstan and Germany, and try to find new opportunities and ways to solve the consequences of global challenges for stability and prosperity of our countries. Well, within the framework of our today's session, our first speaker, the former head of the Representation Office of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung in Kazakhstan, Mr. Thomas Helm. He will speak on this relevant topic, One Road: Opportunities and Challenges for Kazakhstan and Germany. Mr. Helm will highlight the important theme of systematic project of large-scale economic cooperation covering the transport and logistic influence to our countries. Mr. Helm.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope everybody can understand me well. Greetings from Germany. Thank you very much for having me in this conference. When I agreed on taking part in it 3 weeks ago, I wanted to say something else from what I want to tell you now because of some actual things which happened, which I will mention later. As it was said, I was heading the KAZ office for 5 years. And when I came to Kazakhstan 5 years ago, I must say during that time, there's an enormous, remarkable progress in infrastructure. When I came 5 years ago, I had to go through the villages when I wanted to go from Nur Sultan, at that time Astana, to Karaganda, for example. And we'll find, meanwhile, a new infrastructure and new roads everywhere. It was for a reason that the Belt and Road project was introduced at the Nur Sultan Nazarbayev University in Astana in 2013 and in Jakarta by President Xi Jinping from China. The reason is very simple, because Kazakhstan is one of the defining elements in the new Silk Road, and Jakarta as well for the maritime part. And so we should use that as an asset, that Kazakhstan is one of the really defining players in this game. I come later to it. We find, meanwhile, of course, the land bridge, the Eurasian land bridge, the railway line from Liangyonggang in China to Rotterdam. You see it here on the map. And of course, a couple of road lines, China, Central Asia to West Asia and Europe. There is a complementary Noligol project from Kazakhstan, where a lot of projects are realized to bring in the Kazakh regions into that project, which I admire very much. Unfortunately, of course, we have some cases of corruption in this as well. When we think about the regional transport, the train system in Nur Sultan from the airport to Noligol, which is completely stopped because of that. But when you go through the country now, as I did in 5 years, you find the new road from Khorgos via Almaty, Shymkent to Aktobe, which is the road between Özkemen and Semey. It's under construction. The road from Pavlodar, the A3 down to Almaty. It's they are constructing in the area of Usharal. I find it the year before. There are some things which have not been started. Astana to Aktobe, for example, I drove it this year until Kostanay. It was not started, has not been started, but a lot of things are on the way, and it's quite amazing what we have so far. Khorgos as a dry harbor is in a strategically excellent position. From my point of view, a little bit overestimated at the moment. I come a little bit later to it because the analysis of PwC from 2017, which informed us about 1.7 million containers, is a little bit too much. I would calculate a little more with 500,000. We heard this from the speaker before, the difficulties in Dostik and so on. What I like to reflect, because I've just 10 minutes, a little more, is on the potential we have at the moment, and there is a huge potential in the new Silk Road, and especially it's visible between Kazakhstan and Germany, but we also have some difficulties. And the difficulties are, of course, from my point of view, on the Chinese side. The first of all is with the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which has been signed 6 days ago. I think there are, for me, it's a more questions with it. There are not complete answers because it's too fresh, but when we want to have benefits, that means Germany, Europe, and Kazakhstan from the new Silk Road, we have to negotiate with China. And we have to negotiate in a way that in Germany and Europe, also manufacturing products should be produced and sent to China. And that Belt and Road Initiative is not only a logistic model to bring manufactured goods from China to the West. We have to do it both ways. And the benefits on the European side is a little bit, is not at its best so far, and we could do better on this. Why I'm talking about the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership is it strengthens the negotiation potential of China in this race, because it is an economic zone built up of 2.2 billion people. And it brings the focus a little bit more to Southeast Asia. And so to the maritime Silk Road, when we talk to, because Jakarta, Indonesia is also in, the Asian states are in, the ASEAN states are in, and the states, and that makes it remarkable, which wanted to sign up the TPP project. These states that formerly has been designed to be under the leadership of the United States before Donald Trump stepped out. And so it is not clear in this moment, 6 days after the signing, how RCEP will concretely affect our project, but it's definitely will strengthen the position of China in this negotiating position. And what I must recommend is that we build a kind of negotiation team with a couple of states who have interest in this process to be on the same negotiative level than China. China is also challenging at the moment our systems, even the Western systems under the Corona crisis. It seems to, for some people, it seems to be that they are doing better with their strict regimes. I think they don't. I doubt the numbers from the beginning, which are coming from China. I think that they're not real numbers. They don't want to tell us the numbers to show us their successful kind of acting, but I doubt the numbers from March, I must say, or since March. They will use the interregnum in the United States. You know, Donald Trump, he's the only one who didn't recognize that he lost the election, but he lost. And they will use this interregnum in the United States. Trump is not gone, Biden is not there, to strengthen their position. And so we have to have an eye on this, because there are chances of from the New Silk Road directly connected with this. On the other hand, we have a lot of good advantages in our hands. We have a good academic ties between Kazakhstan and Germany. When you just look at the Bolshak program, 85% of the students in the Bolshak program in Kazakhstan go to the West, to United States, to America, to Canada, to the European Union. And we should use these academic ties. We should use the work we did on implementing the dual education in Kazakhstan as well. We have set good standards, or promoted good standards for Kazakhstan from the German side, and we should finish that. The forwarding merchant, in Germany we call it Speditionskaufmann, is still missing in this program of dual education. We should bring it in. And from the academic side, I'm a strong supporter of developing the Log Center at the German Kazakh University to strengthen the academic ties in the logistic field. And when you look on the data here coming from the World Bank and so on, and from about logistic performance in Asia, there are.
I'm really sorry, but we are running out of time, and
yes,
we are behind the schedule.
I'm finishing in a minute. We are all levels of logistics supporters are needed, and so it's a good opportunity for cooperation between Kazakhstan and Germany. I sum it up here on the last sheet, as you can see. We have to bring ourselves on the same level on negotiations. We have to negotiate with China even about opening up the Xinjiang region. They closed it completely for foreigners, which is a threat to BIEs during the Corona time. And I think we can take the BIE as a new, to strengthen and to better and develop the relations between Germany and Kazakhstan on a very new and better level. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for your interesting, Thank you very much for your interesting report, Mr. Helm. This topic is very, I hope growth will provide opportunities for our countries. Так, ну, уважаемые участники, в преддверии выступления нашего следующего спикера, университет хотел бы провести серию опросов по работе развития именно лог-центра, а также для улучшения взаимного содействия, развития партнерских отношений и совместных наших с вами бизнес-процессов на платформе именно лог-центра. Мы просим всех слушателей из Казахстана принять активное участие в нашем опросе. Опрос будет состоять из 3 основных вопросов. И вот перед началом выступления наших спикеров у вас будет возможность выбрать вариант ответа. И опросом мы сразу же осветим.
Ирисат, подскажите, мы первый запускаем опрос?
Да, самый первый.
Тогда пока сейчас приостановите, пожалуйста, запуск демонстрации экрана следующего спикера, и мы запускаем опрос. Спасибо.
Это уже не было в программе. Ау?
Пожалуйста, участники, отметьте один вариант. И все, это буквально займет полминутки.
I would like to welcome the next key speaker of our session, Mr. Marat Idrisov, Director of Joint Stock Company Kazakhstan Institute of Industry Development. The topic of the report presented by Marat Makeyevich is stability of further development of the log center. This topic is of high relevance for the log center as well as for the university as all. The log center is aimed at bringing together the fields of research, education, advanced training and practice in area of production, transport, warehouse, logistics. Transfer of German logistics know-how of Kazakhstan is one of log center key mission. Marat Makeyevich, sizge söz.
День добрый, дорогие участники форума, дамы и господа, спасибо, Перизат, за представленное слово. И как раз меня слышно, да? Спасибо. Как раз вот Наталья в преддверии моего выступления провела маленький опрос. Как раз она как совпала прям удачно с моим выступлением. И спасибо Казахстанско-Германскому университету за представленную возможность. И Я хотел бы, само понимание транспорта и логистика, конечно, такое всеобъемлющее, и это очень важная тема, транспорт, логистика важна для экономики, это надежность и скорость поставки, это всегда были вопросами, которые стояли перед этим сектором экономики, и в нынешнее время это особенно актуально, наверное. Но свое выступление я хотел посвятить немножко другому аспекту. Она как раз связана как и с темой выступления, так и с Казахстанско-Германским университетом и в целом с развитием транспортно-логистической отрасли страны. То есть это отдельные аспекты развития лог-центра. Да. Как предыдущий оратор уже говорил, что господин Хельм сказал, что цель лог-центра это была такая благородная цель, это по сути классика немецкого образования, то есть практикоориентированное обучение и создание основ взаимно выгодного общения между университетом, бизнесом и вообще всей экосистемой транспортно-логистической. Поэтому, как господин Хельм в своем выступлении, предыдущий оратор, сказал, что именно дуальное образование всегда было фишкой немецкое образование. Поэтому именно лог-центр, создание лог-центра – это создание обратной связи между вузом, студентами, преподавателями и научными людьми, с бизнесом, со всей средой, которая окружает университет. Это не только бизнес, но и вся сервисная часть, и промышленная часть, и финансовая часть. То есть это все, что так или иначе содействует развитию бизнеса. По разным причинам. Я, конечно, не вовлечен сильно в работу лог-центра, я лишь отчасти соприкасался с кое-какими идеями, с которыми мы обсуждали как и с господином Шейлем, так и с университетом. Но это было относительно давно, то есть это было года 2 назад. Но я думаю, что не ошибусь, что, возможно, надо придать новый динамизм развития лог-центра, чтобы лог-центр подойти по-новому к развитию именно лог-центра, потому что предпосылки для того, чтобы лог-центр состоялся, все есть. Лог-центр он должен стать своеобразной такой платформой взаимодействия между университетом и всем транспортно-логистическим сообществом региона, именно Алматы, а возможно даже больше в целом и всей страны. И поэтому должны, при этом все эти подходы по реанимации или реактивации лог-центра должны опираться на открытое обсуждение проблем, создание взаимного доверия между всеми участниками процесса. Это самый-самый главный аспект, потому что именно создание вовлеченности всех сторон, прежде всего со стороны бизнеса, это очень такой тонкий момент, который нужно иметь в виду, и его надо создавать. Это достаточно сложная, но в то же время интересная и исполнимая работа. Поэтому при реактивации самого работы лог-центра нужно, мне кажется, подходить более профессионально с точки зрения именно создания той коллаборации, которая будет всем выгодна. То есть она будет выгодна как университету. Понятно, университету это выгодно, потому что студенты, преподаватели, научные сотрудники университета получат обратную связь от бизнеса, и процесс обучения, они будут более практикоориентированы, соответственно, возможно будет вносить изменения в обучающие программы с тем, чтобы студенты были качественно подготовлены уже к той реальной бизнес-среде, которая есть. Но, с другой стороны, создать тот процесс доверия со стороны бизнеса к этой площадке, с тем, чтобы эта площадка лог-центром позволяла решать те или иные задачи там, транспортного сообщества, ну, как минимум города, потому что только в одной Алмате сконцентрировано порядка 3000 транспортно-логистических компаний. Это только по официальным данным. То есть это, если говорить дальше, то это наверняка цифры гораздо больше, потому что есть и маленькие ИПшки, которые занимаются транспортом и логистикой. И в связи с тем, что они разрознены, зачастую бывает это не всегда выгодно там, организовывать ту или иную цепь поставок. То есть эта платформа она должна стать как бы выгодной всем участникам. Но чтобы эту платформу запустить, мне кажется, на первых порах все равно университету, как самостоятельному участнику этой платформы, на первых порах, возможно, это будет не совсем удобно или это не совсем у него получится, потому что к решению этой проблематики нужно подойти так полноценно и с тем, чтобы полноценно вовлечь студентов, преподавателей и в то же время бизнес-среду. Ну и о выгодах этой платформы я уже сказал, поэтому еще раз благодарю всех за возможность представленную мне выступить с очень коротким докладом, потому что на самом деле у меня есть свое видение, каким образом этот лог-центр, придать лог-центру дополнительный динамизм, чтобы он получил свое развитие. И на самом деле эта платформа, она крайне необходима и крайне нужна, потому что она создаст ту базу взаимного доверия и взаимной работы. На этом у меня все. Спасибо за внимание. И готов как бы к любому формату взаимодействия и сотрудничества со всеми участниками этого мероприятия, ну и с университетом на любых, как говорится, условиях. Спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо, Марат Макеевич. Сіз айтқан енді мағлұматтарды ескере отырып бірлесе жұмыс істегенге енді не жетсін. Вот. Уважаемые участники и слушатели, перед тем, как я передам слово нашему следующему спикеру, прошу вас обратить внимание на экран и ответить на вопросы. Заранее благодарю вас. Our third key speaker is a representative of partner business architects, the estimate Dr. Handsome Johan Luke. Today, our distinguished professor will share the topical subject of digitalization and management, reducing operating costs, and our professor will share the topical subject of digitalization and automation of railway transport. New technologies are a level for improving efficiency and management, reducing operating costs and increasing competitiveness with other transport modes. Digitalization is a new element of competitiveness for companies and all sectors, and an important condition for an efficient economy. That's why this has become one of the EU's top priorities. The topic of the report is shift goods to the rail, how digitalization and automation contribute to achieve the goals. Dr. Luke?
Thank you for invitation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this event. I hope you can hear me and see my presentation.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So, because global challenges are in the title of this conference, environmental protection is one of the, of course, top challenges that we have if we look at some of the global challenges. You see this environmental protection highlighted in this slide. Among other global challenges that affecting the logistics industry. The German government has decided on a climate protection program 2030 with two main pillars. You see it, one of them is so-named Energiewende, the energy transition, and the other one is so-named Verkehrswende, the traffic transition. And these two pillars aim to reach some targets that are highlighted in these two columns, obtaining 35% of the energy from renewable energy sources and decarbonization of the mobility until the year 2050. Important milestones of this climate protection program include the aim that no electricity generation from nuclear power plants should be longer in Germany. We will close down the coal-fired power plants in Germany. We will change to alternative fuels and electromobility. And what will be in the focus of my speech today, the climate protection program also aimed to an increased use of environmentally friendly means of transport. This is a little bit illustrated in the bottom of this slide. As we look on the transport modes, this aim of increased use of environmentally friendly means of transport means that the rail's market share of all freight traffic in Germany is to be significantly increased over the period to 2030. This is because of the inherent advantages. I think most of you know it, that makes rail freight transport as a key element for sustainable mobility and for both desired energy and traffic transition. The German government has initiated a lot of terms to support the shift to environmentally friendly means of transport, especially for the shift to rail. One of these actions is highlighted in this slide. It was the creation of a rail freight master plan by a group of railway experts, of which I was one of them. And also on the European level, there's a program named Shift to Rail, initiated by the European Commission This program Shift to Rail aimed at unlocking the potential of rail freight, and it has been carried out 3 years ago by the European Commission with the aim, as I mentioned, to shift more transports to rail. The focus of this Masterplan Schienengüterverkehr, rail freight master plan, is to ensure high capacity infrastructure, improve the transport policy framework, and at third topic, making extensive use of the potential for innovation, in particular through extensive use of digitalization and automation. Let me give some examples of the current activities of digitalization and automation in the rail segment. One of this is the intelligent freight wagon, comparing road with rail transportation. We find that, for example, in the road segment, modern trucks have installed about 300 sensors and a telematic platform prior to shipment of these vehicles. And if we look on the other side on freight wagons, normally freight wagons have installed usually 0 sensors and platforms prior to the shipment. So one of the aims or one of the topics of digitalization in the rail freight sector would be to become intelligent freight wagons with all these elements, for example, of sensors, and go from this intelligent freight wagons to intelligent freight trains, as illustrated in this slide.
Oh, Professor, I'm really sorry, but we are a bit stressed in time.
Yes, I have only 3 slides. I'll go over this. Second segment is provision of network capacity through the development of digital infrastructure. This is illustrated in this slide with this wayside monitoring systems and with the planned introduction of European rail traffic management system. Next one of the examples is that digitalization will also contribute to accelerate processes and to make them more transparent. In this slide, for example, are illustrated the use of mobile devices or the use of video systems to capture and complete the data of incoming trains. And the last example includes automated the introduction of a digital automated coupling and activities relating automated driving. You know, in Europe, we have in the rail sector a dominant queue coupling, and with this introduction of automated coupling of rolling stock assets, this should be integrated also with the coupling and the connection of power and data bus lines. This is one of the main projects, not only in Germany, but it should be also a very important project on the European level. And the second one, what I want to mention, are the activity of the automated driving, which this automated driving is currently focused on automated shunting and last mile delivery in demarcated fencing areas, for example, inbound factories, and some pilot projects in this area and this segment are already in use. Automated driving of freight trains in a dense rail network like in Germany will be a vision for, I think, a longer period. This is what I want to present. Let me have a last remark. If we come back to the topic shift to rail, it should be mentioned that the European Union plans to proclaim the year 2021 as the year of rail. And this is a good news and a good message, I think, for the climate protection as well as for all experts that works in the rail segment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your interesting and informative report, Dr. Luke. Your report was very useful for workers, not only in the field of railway transport, but also for students, for scientists, and workers in other industries. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Уважаемые участники и слушатели, у нас последний опрос. Прошу вас обратить внимание на экраны и ответить на вопросы. Заранее благодарю вас. At present, it is virtually impossible for companies to operate without the storage function and thus without the warehouse that are presented in any logistics system. A modern large warehouse is a complex of technical structure consisting of numerous interrelated elements with a structure and number of functions for the transformation of material flows and plays a major role in the logistics and also in supply chain management. Next report is by distinguished Professor Dr. Anselm Fabik, Technical University, Wildau, Germany, in indoor localization in warehouse. Professor.
Yes, hello everybody. Good morning or more good afternoon. I don't know if you can see my presentation, share screen. Which one is it? This one?
No, we can't see it.
You can't see it.
So maybe we should ask for our organizers to switch it on.
Share screen didn't work, isn't it?
Я могу попросить организаторов включить самих, пожалуйста, презентацию. Спасибо большое. Professor.
Presentations on the screen.
We're switched on your presentation, so you can start.
I can't see the video itself. I can't see the presentation.
But it's already in the screen.
Okay, but I don't see the slides where I'm on. I have all your pictures.
All of us can see this presentation, so you can just tell us which page we should open and we'll open it. Is it will be possible or?
And then try to enlarge the screen. Perhaps it's because of the size of your screen.
Problem is I have all your pictures.
Yeah, we can see it.
I can see all your pictures. Ah, you have my screen now.
I don't know which screen whose screen I see, but I see your presentation as
Do you see hybrid indoor navigation warehouse management systems, the first slide?
Exactly.
Yep.
Okay. And now you see the next slide, project objectives?
Yes.
Okay, so the idea of this presentation now is, and please interrupt me if the slide forwarding doesn't work, is to introduce and show an indoor localization system, which targets warehouse solutions. And I will focus, I have the impression there are too much slides. I will focus on only a few slides and skip some slides. So the idea is to develop, or was to develop, because it has been developed now, a system that localizes 40 centimeters resolution. I mean, localizes parts, pallets, forklifts, or whatever to 40 centimeters within a huge warehouse. Do you see the pallet picture? Yes, you do. Hello? And there are localization approaches for ages, and ours has been timing approach, which localizes around 300 meters range with an accuracy in the 1 decimeter, 10 centimeter range. I don't know if you see this picture with the red cross. Do you see the picture with the red cross?
You can see it.
I'm sorry, but it's
comparison. Yep.
The comparison. So here, this is where we are: 300-meter range and 10 centimeter resolution. This is our aim, which we achieved. And everything is based on time measurement. We measure the time because time is that physical value that could be measured most accurate. If you want more accuracy, simply pay more money. And these are other localization systems which you will find in the slides later on available. So I will focus on what we've done. It's a time of flight system. Of course, we already have time of flight systems in the market. It's called UWB, ultra wideband, for example, UBSense. Those systems are usually quite expensive, and they also suffer from a problem which is called multipass reception. And our system solves the multipass problem, which you can see next. We install so-called pseudo satellites in the corners or at the walls of a warehouse. They transmit a particular signal, which will be then received on a receiver on the pallet or on the forklift. And it's important to mention that the number of users is unlimited, like in GPS. But compared to GPS, it's an indoor system with a real high accuracy. And even if you have walls, and this is the biggest problem in the indoor navigation, indoor localization process, you have walls may be made of metal, of steel, of whatever, reflecting materials. And so there is no direct propagation from the transmitter to the receiver. There's no such thing. There might be, and there will be reflections. And please let me emphasize, this is the main problem of indoor localization. You have a transmitter, whatever kind of transmitter, and the signal will be reflected by the walls or by the shelves, and it leads to direct signals and first, second, third order reflections. And all these reflections, they lead to unwanted signals. And on this slide, you can see a received signal, which is erroneous. This one, the large arrow, which is an erroneous signal. This is not what we are looking for. we are looking for the direct signal, which is in power and in amplitude far below the Arrhenius signal. And in GPS receivers, you don't have this problem. Usually you're outside and you have direct line of sight to the satellites, which you do not have this in warehouses, which is our main pitfall, the main problem in warehouse localization. And therefore, we could either install fill-in transmitters, or we can use a sophisticated algorithm, which we present here. And this algorithm is able to, and has been developed to be able to distinguish the first wanted signal from the multipass reception signals that might be higher in power, that might be higher in amplitude, but they're unwanted. So the multipass signals, they are unwanted. They should not be used for navigation. The direct signal should be used for navigation. And this is what we have achieved with the system. These are small boxes. This is nearly one-to-one in dimension, so some 8 centimeters by 8 centimeters. And together with university, next presentation, Michael Müller, we are presenting a little, let's say, suitcase that consists of 5 transmitters for the walls and 1 tag that could be moved around in the warehouse, in the lesson hall, to check the system and check for its accuracy. And this suitcase has been developed for teaching, education purposes, but could also be used to evaluate the system. So please see Michael's presentation, next presentation. The setup in a warehouse will then be these pseudolights on the walls, at least 4 of them, 5 or 6 or 32 is better, depending on the size. And you have an unlimited number of receivers that are connected to the forklift or to the workers or to whatever you need to localizate within your warehouse. The position information is then forwarded to a master box and then to the existing warehouse management system, usually somewhere located in the cloud. And what we do is we do inside buildings, this indoor navigation system with pseudolights, and outside conventional GPS. So if you have a huge factory plant outside, you can use GPS without any problems, but inside using these pseudolights, our Navtec TH Wildau system. And let me emphasize not only the physical achievements, which is overcoming the multipass problems, but also the return of investment estimates. And this was quite interesting when we're talking to warehouse management system providers. And there is a use case, which is usually using a forklift driver. You scan the parcel, proceed to the destination, and you drop the parcel. And here is the pitfall. If you drop the parcel on the wrong location and you miss that location, you can seek for ages to retrieve your parcel. And you also need a few seconds, and this is interesting, only a few seconds saved per action a day. And so assuming this is German 3,000 euros brutto income of the worker, 250 workdays a year, and only 3 seconds per action, it sums up to a huge saving. This annual saving could be around 9,500 euros per year. So the investment pays off, returns within less than a year. And so these numbers, they have been calculated using a warehouse management system company in Berlin. So these are not my numbers, and I was really impressed and astonished to see that 3 seconds per task could sum up to that huge numbers of time saving. So that's it. Thank you very much for the attention, and looking forward to the next presentation and of course to questions.
Oh, Thank you for your informative report, Dr. Fabik. Thank you for the useful information on modern technical and technological know-how of warehouse operation. This information will become the basis for the development of warehouse activities in Kazakhstan and will give the impetus to scientific work. Thank you so much.
Very much pleased. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. У нас готовы результаты нашего опроса, и согласно выбранным ответам по первому вопросу, был ли у вас опыт реализации совместного проекта с университетами или другими исследовательскими организациями, чтобы улучшить бизнес-процессы, логистика производства. Большинство отметили что нет, не было. Затем, да, 21%. И вообще не заинтересованы всего у нас 4%. По второму вопросу, готовы ли транспортно-логистические компании Казахстана в ближайшие года тратить ресурсы на дополнительное обучение своих сотрудников, ответы последовали следующие. То есть, затрудняясь ответить, отметили 44%, да, 39% и нет 17%. Третий вопрос. Какой формат сотрудничества университет-бизнес вам кажется наиболее эффективным в Казахстане? Большинство ответов у нас составило гранты, стипендии для успешных студентов, это 34%. Пакет тренингов, семинарам по актуальным тематикам для сотрудников компании 31%, проведение тематических тренингов, исходя из потребностей компании 20%, и заказ определенной исследовательской работы всего 14%. Спасибо большое за ваше активное участие в опросе. Мнение ваше для нас очень важно. И давайте поприветствуем следующего нашего спикера. Так, сейчас, минуточку.
Okay, a warm welcome to Almaty. Could you hear me and see my slides?
Kazakhstan, Germany University has modern laboratories that offer students a wide range of practical skills. Our next speaker is a distinguished professor, Dr. Michael Müller, Technical University Wildau, Germany. In his report, Concept of a Practical Logistic Lab at DKU and the Next Steps, he will suggest way to improve and to develop the laboratory base in the field of logistics. Professor.
Okay, so thank you very much. Could you hear me and see my slides? Okay, so warm welcome. Yes. And many greetings to Almaty and to the other colleagues around the world, and also to the students which I met in my lecture last month. So it's a pleasure to be part of your conference, and I have a lot of slides, but I try to skip some slides, and you get it at the end as a backup slide to complete the whole topic. Let's see to skip the. So you all know there is a big roadmap for logistics, and it's not only a challenge for the companies, it's also a challenge for the universities and the educations. And so we have to try to find some examples, case study to train our students, to train our bachelors, masters, that they will be good educated and will successfully fulfill their task in the companies. So in the last few years and in future, there will also be a decrease of automation and transformation. So we will get a lot of, let's see, that we get a lot of challenges in the field of logistics. Therefore, it's necessary to get a great infrastructure for the students to explain the students the processes of logistics and also to train them in the supply chain. Therefore, we try to implement a concept with a DKU to prepare the students for the future. So there are a lot of didactics and technical methods to train the students. For example, we get classroom sessions to train them on software in the field of logistics. We get guest lectures, exercises. We have a lot of case study project works. We are doing company trips to we do company trips to visit companies and see the processes in production or distribution line. We have e-learning, and also we have some lab sessions, business games, and last not least, project for the companies. And so our idea is in this field of digitalization to use the supply chain with a task in the supply chain and find some examples, case studies to train the students. And we can do this in a small lab to simplify all these processes. For example, we get, here you see, we have some trainees. We also get the students, bachelor and master students, but also we can train students and foreigner if they are team leaders in a company. You can use these exercises and training lab for practical education. And also we can assist the companies with company training with short courses to improve the performance in the company. So it's a wide field, not only education for the students. So it's closing up or shorten the gap to the companies and come together in a short relationship. So there are many tasks in the supply chain. We have to find some ideas and case study for enterprise systems. We have to find some case study and labs for shop floor management, order picking to use beacons based on Bluetooth technology, NFC, RFID, auto-guided vehicle, monitoring, simulation, and last not least, cockpit. So we get on one hand side the students, bachelor and master degrees. On the other side, we get some trainees from logistic companies, from clerks, from our companies, and also we get from the log center and tutors from an international project. So there are many target groups, and all together they can train in this training center. So I will skip the SWOT analysis. You will find them in the slides. And here you see a visualization of a small lab, how you use the process in the supply chain and how we start the digitalization. So we get the idea to implement at the DKU in Almaty 2 labs. One is a computer lab, which will be run by the colleagues from Hungary and Magdeburg. And there will be a second lab, which we will run together with Magdeburg with virtual reality. And here you see we simulate the whole process in a warehouse. There are the incoming goods, identification, order picking, and last not least at the end, There are the outgoing goods, and on our left-hand side, we can do tracking and tracing, monitoring, visualization, and simulation. So we use a lot of common software or student versions which are free, and also in the case of demonstration visualization, we have 2 big software packages, and also there are some tools which are freeware sponsored by TH Wildau. This will be the concept for the computer lab. And on the other hand, it's necessary to train the students in a physical way. So there was a big pity because Corona crisis is rising up. So normally we plan to start in April together with the colleagues from Magdeburg to implement and to develop this laboratory. But now we try to start next year to implement this lab physically in Almaty. So there will be an incoming area where we can use barcode readers, RFID. We can identify, have a practical zone for identification and quality management. We also can do warehousing. So we have some stuff or tools for picking, to use a picking area, and dispatching and shipping, and then the goods are going out to the customer. On the other hand, we also can do tracking and tracing along the supply chain. We can do simulation and visualization of the supply chain, and with Mindstorm and the App Inventor, we can program some easy applications, tracking and tracing apps, or for commissioning or picking orders, to do this with a small smartphone. So you program, you bring your own device and use your smartphone. So here you see an example how we can install this lab and run this lab. These are some pictures. We have done a similar project in Georgia. So this is a practical logistic lab in Georgia, and the same idea we would like to develop in Almaty and start next year to implement, that the students can do in a practical physical way picking orders procedures. So picking by voice, pick by light, pick by vision. They can do or run a paperless supply chain with RFID, barcode scanner, signature pads, and also they could run in with technical logistic elements.
I'm sorry, Professor, but we should keep in schedule, and
yes. So I'm skip the next slide because they are explain the whole process. Here you see, as Professor Ansel and Fabik mentioned, we also would like to implement this indoor location set in Almaty next year. So it's prepared, and we have to travel to Almaty, and we can implement it in one day, and the students can train with this program. So here are only backup slides about the different things, and you see it's an overall concept for logistics in education. We get teaching mobility, we get summer winter school learning or study modules, internship, and last not least, it's necessary to have a lab that the students could train in a physical way how to run a supply chain and how to do tracking and tracing, and how is the digitalization in the supply chain. So thank you very much for your education. You will find a lot of slides and more information in the presentation, and I think we could share the presentation. So thank you very much, and many greetings to the colleagues and to Almaty.
Thank you very much for your interesting report, Dr. Müller. Allow me to express gratitude to you and all speakers of our forum for fruitful, informative, and interesting reports. We hope for our continuous collaboration on future projects. I would like to wish you every success in your work. Also would like to express special gratitude to our organizers of this forum who exerted its efforts and made all of their best to ensure that the conference was held. Now we have about 3 minutes, I think, a short break. After that, we will proceed with our next session. Dr. Tobias Rigelen, professor at Otto von Gerieke University, Magdeburg, will lead the session. And I would like to wish good luck and success, as well as fruitful work to the speakers of the next session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
We called the session like we called it because most of the presentations will be exactly on the topic of the session. And you will get different impressions in which topics we are doing research in order to improve the mobility and logistics in urban spaces for the near future and also for the longer future. Why I say longer future, you will see when you listen to the presentations. We have one change in the order. The second presentation will be imeni, and the third presentation will be by VIII. Just one change, and everything else will be like it is printed in the program. And we could start with imeni, and then Tom can try to fix his audio issues. Yeah. Okay, maybe Tom, you can just go out and log on again to the meeting, and maybe then it works. Okay, yeah, then let's start with imeni. Imeni is working in our chair of logistics systems at University of Magdeburg, and she's working in the working group of Tom on a very interesting project. It's about autonomous bike sharing system in order to improve the urban logistics here in Magdeburg and also in other cities. And yeah, I will give the word to imeni to not lose any more time.
Okay, thank you. So, hello everyone. Today I'm going to present our work, which is a part of our project, Autonomous Ride. And I will present the conceptual model for the simulation of the next generation bike sharing system. So I will begin with an introduction where I state our motivation and the context of our work. Secondly, I will present the system design and how it is supposed to work. Thirdly, I will raise an open research questions and the intended experiments that we aim to do. After that, a conceptual model is presented and discussed, and this conceptual model lays the ground for a simulation that we aim to do, and which help to evaluate different strategies and allows a better understanding of our system. And finally, I will finish with a conclusion. So during last years, with the increasing awareness of environmental protection and energy efficient technologies, new types of mobility have emerged and put forward as a sustainable option for urban areas. So one of these solutions is the autonomous car sharing, which has been discussed as a promising solution to reduce emissions by allowing more efficient use of resources. However, these positive effects are challenged by some recent studies where it has been demonstrating that these new services increase the mileage traveled in urban areas and so increase congestions, energy consumption, and pollution. Another solution which has been put forward is conventional bike sharing system. And it was presented as a potential alternative to serve short distance trips. Nevertheless, one prevalent issue of this system is the fleet imbalance, mainly during peak hours, and which generally leads to service unavailability and customer dissatisfaction. So taking those backsides of both systems, we present our new project, Aura, which aims to develop self-driving cargo bikes for on-demand shared use autonomous bike service, and which we can call by OZAPs. So unlike the autonomous car sharing system, the Aura concept provides a sustainable demand responsive system by reducing space occupancy, energy consumption, and also it can solve the problem of rebalancing by leveraging autonomous bikes, where the bikes can be rebalanced autonomously. So, but as a new system, we still need to investigate its economic viability. So that's the importance of the study, which aims to provide fundamental knowledge about OZAPs and explore its potential for sustainable urban mobility. So first, we introduce the components of this new system. So our system is composed of a homogeneous fleet of three-wheeled electric cargo bikes which need charging. And so we have two types of station: waiting station, which serves bikes to park close to demand area, and charging station, which need major infrastructure and service to refill the bike battery. So the system works as follows. Using the smartphone, a customer can call a bike to arrive to the desired location, and the order management center will assign the best bike to the customer. So the bike will get the order and moves autonomously to the customer location. So the customer receives the bike and rides it manually to a desired destination, which can be, for example, a public transport station. So after leaving the bike, the order management center will decide on the next step of the bike, and depending on priority order. If the battery level of the bike is low, then the bike maybe needs to go for charging. Otherwise, if there are some open requests, the bike can go to the next customer. Otherwise, it can go to the waiting station, depending on the demand forecasting information. So as we can see, the system can be easily integrated with public transportation and secure intermodal trips. But in our first study, we do not consider this aspect, and we will work mainly on the area of Magdeburg in Germany. So as a new system, it raises different open questions that need to be investigated. And we are mainly focusing on 4 aspects. So the first aspect is the station distribution. In fact, we need to identify the best waiting station distribution strategy in order to guarantee customer request satisfaction in less than 10 minutes, which is our current service rate. So the customer should be, the bike should be able to reach the customer in less than 10 minutes from a station. And also we need to identify the optimal number and location for charging station, considering cost and infrastructure constraints. So the second aspect is the order management. So we need to define the best assignment and rebalancing strategies for our system. In addition, we need to optimize the rebalancing and charging jointly in order to meet demand, mainly during peak hours, and so that we don't have, for example, the most of bikes in charging stations during peak hours. And also we need to calculate the minimum fleet size, which can guarantee our service rate. So a third aspect, which is the energy supply. which means to identify the suitable energy supply technology, and in our case, the most economically viable technology for the Aura bike. And finally, our main objective is to examine the profitability of the project and build the business model. And also we aim to examine if our system can be used for the transportation of goods or for postal services. So we need to study the integration of additional users. And also we aim to identify the best pricing schemas and the possible revenue streams. So in order to identify the suitable solution for these research questions and conduct these intended experiments, we need a platform which reflects our real-world system and which integrates the key element of OSAPs. So here we aim to implement a modular simulation model with 4 layers and using the agent-based paradigm. So the input layer integrates the users, the app, the usage fees, and the demand, essentially. The second layer, which is the order management layer, where we can integrate, where we can simulate the management of bikes. A fourth layer, which is the operational layer, which mainly simulates the bike's behavior in the station. And finally, an output layer, where we calculate our business indicators, such as the user revenues and operation costs. So here we present the components of the 4 layers. So the model for the input layer, we integrate the business data. So we have a business module, and also we generate job requests in job server based on the demand scenarios in the demand module. In the second layer, the order management layer, it's mainly composed by 5 modules. And the main one here is the central information processing unit, which allows the implementation of the decision process and define the priorities between the matching algorithm and the rebalancing algorithm. Third one is the operational layer, which includes the vehicle, simulates the energy and the station. And finally, we have the output layer, which allows to evaluate the performance of the system. So as a conclusion, here we presented a new concept, which is the on-demand shared use autonomous bike sharing system, OSAPs. And also we provided a holistic representation of this real-world system. This model is used, this conceptual model is used to develop an agent-based simulation to examine various policies related to the performance of the system. So as next steps, we will build the simulation in AnyLogic. And also we aim to have a small scale living lab demonstration by the end of the project. We aim also to investigate the viability of OSAPs with respect to other cities and different urban forms. And also we aim to add more complexity to this model, such as including flexible prices, heterogeneous fleet, and intermodal trips. So this project is funded by the federal state of the Saxony-Anhalt and the European Regional Development Funds. And thank you for your attention.
Okay, thanks a lot, Iman. And I think we should right now switch immediately to the next presentation, which is about simulation models in order to evaluate next generation bike sharing systems and conventional bike sharing systems. And we can have some questions after these 2 presentations. So the next presentation will be given by Vasu, who's also working in the research group of Tom.
Thank you, Tobias. Hi, myself, Vasudev. So I'm working in a project known as Aura, Autonomous Forward. And today I'm going to present modeling and simulation of next generation autonomous bike sharing systems. So as earlier presentation was with my colleague, Iman, who already explained about the system design and the conceptual model. So now I'm going to continue the workflow. So today's agenda is I'm going to give a small introduction about the project and some main objectives of the project, which we are going to implement in future, and a conceptual model in detail explanation about the different modules involved in the system, and simulation modeling of the autonomous bike sharing systems, and a conclusion. So yeah, here is my introduction about the next generation bike sharing systems. Autonomous Rod is a research project which focuses on the finding a viable autonomous bike sharing systems. The main objectives of this project is to find the economic viability of the Aura system, which was explained previously, and the station distribution strategies and energy supply technology strategies for autonomous vehicles, autonomous cargo bikes. And we also investigating the order management algorithms, and we are trying to optimize for the best suitable order management algorithms for our system. In order to achieve all these objectives, we are going to do a simulation study on our entire Aura system, which we designed. And now I'm going to explain about the conceptual model in detail. So where is the base for building the simulation model? So as our conceptual model has 4 different layers: model input layer, and order management layer, operational layer, and output and evaluation layer. Mainly the input layer is responsible for generating the simulation model input. So where we have a demand module, we are generating the demand from different bike sharing systems available, and user surveys and all, and we are generating the demand based on the different surveys and these things. And now we based on the demand, we are generating the customers, and we are generating the job requests through job server, and we have the business module to present type of cost like fixed costs or variable costs and different scenarios of business in the input layer. And the order management layer contains 5 different modules. Central information processing unit is the interface between the input layer and order management layer, where the central information processing unit has all the information of the system. So information is every time updated in the system. And here the order management is responsible for assigning the customers with the bike. So in that we have main modules as matching, routing, rebalancing, and forecast modules. Matching module assigns the bike, a suitable bike, to the customer. And here we have developed different algorithms for matching, and we optimize the algorithms for matching in the simulation model. And once a customer is given to the bike, now we are also providing the best route for the customer as we are doing autonomous driving towards the customer. And rebalancing module will provide the will provide the demand will provide the information about the demand in different areas of the system. So where when there is a more demand or events happening, so we will do with the rebalancing. So we will distribute the bikes in the system. And operational layer contains the 3 modules: vehicle, energy, and station. So where it provides the functionality, the operation of vehicle, how it has to perform, and what are the different parameters involved in operating such vehicles and all, and how to do different energy supply, how to evaluate different energy supply technologies, and how to find out different station distribution strategies. So we will evaluate from the operational layer, and the output and evaluation layer contains the whole system output. And here we are trying to evaluate service level and number of kilometers traveled per customer and cost per customer and profit, revenue. All these things can be evaluated in this layer. Now I will show you a small video of our simulation model. This is the first result of our simulation model. We built it for University of Magdeburg. So when you see the screen, you will have a experimental view of the model. So where we have different stations in each cell. So I'll be explained in a minute. So here we are assigning the bikes to different stations. Yeah, this is how our operational area looks like. So where we have different cells, GIS regions, where it has.
Sorry to interrupt. Maybe you can make a full screen, that it's better to see what you're doing. Or just close the menu. Oh, well, that's even better. Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Here we have we divided the Magdeburg into different regions based on the statistical cell information from the city of Magdeburg. So we created the regions and we created the bikes. And this is how the system works. Autonomous bike sharing works. And we have a KPI dashboard where we are providing number of customers served and total distance traveled and total energy consumed by the bike without customer and with customer, and total trips and total time traveled with customer and without customer, and the service level of the system. So these are the initial results of the simulation model. So here how we have generated the cells in operational area. So we have created GIS regions using the shapefile provided by the Magdeburg. And we set up the cells in stations in each cell, and we added the bike presentation and customer presentation to that. And we also apply the customer layout for custom layout for the visualization. So we the customers generated inside the model using based on this demand scenario. We have implemented the demand scenario based on user survey and traffic demand data. So where we have origin destination matrix and origin destination data, demand data. So we created the customers based on this demand data, and it is at the moment we have trips per origin per minute to a destination, and simulation modeling with the order management. So the customer arrives with inside the system based on the demand data which we created, and the customer places the order. When the customer places the order order contains the customer location, and it is forwarded to the matching algorithm. The matching algorithm assigns the available bike with energy supply and all to the customer, and it also provides it also requests the routing algorithm to get the best route from the bike location to the customer location. And this is how the bike travels. Whenever the bike will be in the idle state at the station, and once the order request placed to the bike gets a message, and the this transition updates the state with driving to autonomous to the customer. When the customer is assigned with the bike goes to the customer, and when the arrival to the customer location, the bike changes to the manual state, and it will the customer can use the bike in manual, and whenever he reaches to his destination, the bike the bike waits at the street until it gets next customer request, or when the time is more than 10 minutes, then the bike will driving autonomously to the nearest station. Once it reaches to the station, it will again change state to the idle waiting at the station. So at any point of time when bike is at waiting at idle at street and waiting at station or driving towards the station, whenever there is a new customer request placed, the bike performs autonomous driving towards the customer. So this is the KPI dashboard. We have run the simulation model for 1 day. So these are the parameters which we observed from the simulation run. So we have 826 requests appeared per day, and in that 741 customers are served. So like that, the total distance and total time, total energy consumed and total trips are 741, and total time traveled in minutes is this. And service level, we aim to achieve more than 94% of service level. So this service level per hour, so we have calculated per hour. So the average service level is more than 90%. And coming to the conclusion, so here we present the first demonstration of the simulation model with matching and custom routing algorithms developed in, and we also finished with the evaluation and visualization of the autonomous bike sharing systems with KPIs. And the further research is about having the station distribution strategies. At the moment, we have a static station distribution strategy, and in future we are trying to get better station distribution strategies. And we will also evaluate the energy supply technologies which is suitable for our bike, and the economic viability of the system with different costs and revenue generated per year. So we will run the simulation model for 1 year, and we will identify the economic viability of the system based on different strategies and different algorithms. And finally, in next steps, we will perform the cost evaluation and intermodal transport and heterogeneous fleets as well. This project is funded by the federal state of Saxony-Anhalt and European Regional Development Funds. And thank you for your attention.
Yes, thank you, Vasu, for your presentation. When I have a look at the program and the time, we will postpone all the questions after the presentations, and the introductory presentation of Tom we will now use as a conclusory presentation at the end. That's why we will now go on with the presentation of Julius. He's also working at the University of Magdeburg and did work on a project about e-mobility rollout. And there the question was, how can we model the transportation system and the electrical grid system within one modeling environment?
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Vasu, could you please stop sharing your screen so I can share Mike's screen? Okay, I thank you very much for the opportunity to have this presentation here. My presentation is about the e-mobility rollout, and one important topic about this is that it's connecting the transport and the electricity grid. and we do it by modeling. As you can see here on the picture, we have an electric car, and it's being charged at this charging station. And this charging stations, this is an example from Tesla, and they have a rated capacity of 150 kilowatts. And as you can see, there are many charging stations here on the picture, and it's maybe in a small city or a village in I think in Austria. And the problem is that these charging stations, they are having a completely different load than typical household loads in this area, for example, because if you would turn on many different washing machines, you would not be close to the power of one of those charging stations. So the point is that the grid has not been designed for the loads we will see when it comes to electric mobility, and this is a problem. What's the motivation of our project? Yeah, necessary changes on the way. So we all know that there's the Paris Agreement, and it basically says that we have to be fossil free by 2050. So this is, on the one hand, it's legally binding because it's an international treaty which our countries, Kazakhstan and Germany, both signed. But on the other side, it's also morally binding, I think. But still, what we see is that the transport sector, the logistics sector, has been asleep since 30 years. Because maybe there have been relative improvements and the technology is getting better and more efficient, but the emissions in total have not been smaller, and that's the absolute emissions, and that's the thing we want to reach. So there's a lot of political activity and market activity in the area of electric vehicles in Germany. Here you can see an extrapolation of the number of electric vehicles in Germany in the next decade. So at the moment, there's not so many electric vehicles we are seeing on the streets, but we are expecting a huge growth and an exponential growth in the coming decade. So at the end of the decade, there will be maybe around 10 million cars or even more on the streets. And with them, all those cars, they not only they use the streets, but they also all need energy to run. And as we have many cars, we also need many charging stations to power these cars. So a completely new infrastructure has to be developed, the charging stations, which we didn't have before, and not in this, also not in this numbers. So if we have a lot of charging stations, or we plan a lot of charging stations, there are two main questions. The first question is the question which we work on from the traffic side, from the traffic perspective, is where do we need the charging station? So where do we have areas in the city where we have a lot of need of energy, and where the car stops and have the time to charge the energy and their battery again. And the other question is connected to the thing I said in the beginning. It's connected to the electricity grid. As the electricity grid is not designed for integrating that many stations, the question is, where can we put them? Where is the grid strong enough to allow us the integration of those stations? And those are the questions we are trying to answer in our research project. So what we first did a traffic demand model to see where are the cars going in our the area of investigation. Our area of investigation is the city of Borg, a small city which is close to Magdeburg, and we divided the city in different, for example, 3 districts. You have A, this inner city area, we have B, some suburbs, and C, some industrial area where many people work. So what we witness every day is the people going from their home to work, and going in the afternoon, they go back from the work to the home. Or maybe they go to the city center to go shopping or to pick their kids from kindergarten or the school. And then afterwards, they go home. So we have a generation of trips inside the city, between the city districts, and the trip generation is based on some attributes, like the number of inhabitants, the number of shops or the shop area, the number of jobs, maybe in this industrial area especially, and the number of schools or school places. So this and many more data, they give us an impression of how many traffic movements we will have every day. And the result looks something like this. This is just for the small excerpt. So our real traffic matrix is much bigger, of course, but the result is, okay, how many cars are going every day from district A to district B, from district A to district C, and on the other way from district B to A or from district B to C. So the second thing we want to know is not only how the traffic is moving in our city, but also how the charging demand is connected to this moving traffic. So where and when and how much do the electric cars charge? So first, looking at the traffic model, what do we have as outputs? We have the trips generated. We have distances between the districts. We have arrivals per district. Like you can see here, most of the cars arrive in the inner city. Then afterwards, there are lots of cars arriving in this district, the industrial area, and other districts. And we have arrival times. And the times here is the time of the day, and here's the percentage of trips going in those times. And here you can see, but in the morning there's the first peak. Most of the people go to work or go to school, travel at this time, start going away from home. And then there's not so much traffic throughout the day, but another peak in the afternoon when the people maybe go shopping or back to the home. So we integrated this as well into our modeling. The next thing is that we took some information also from the literature. So how many cars of the absolute number of cars are electric, and how many of the trips are done by motorized traffic, how many trips are done by electric vehicles, and what is the consumption rate of those vehicles. All those numbers we took from other sources, and those informations we used to plan the infrastructure. And the center planning area is how many charging stations we need in each district. So taking into account the rated capacity of each charging station, the workload of the charging stations, and the number of charging events which take place on public charging stations or private, because the people, they can decide if do they want to charge at home and with their wall box, or do they charge at work if they have the possibility, or do they charge in the city center. And then if we have a certain number, planning number, we need to distribute this number of stations to the districts, and we used some kind of greedy algorithm to do it, and first gave a charging station to the number to the district with the highest number of arrivals, and then the second highest, and so on. As you can see here, it looks a little bit like this, and it's a way to distribute the charging stations according to the need we have for them. Now I want to explain the other side of our modeling. This is some colleagues from our university did this, but they are from a different chair and from a different institute. They are experts in the electricity, but still I will try to explain what they did. So the first step they did was a really large step and really much effort put into this, because they rebuilt the whole net of this city. And when we look at the city in a more abstract way, we see that we have some big lines coming into the city, and then we have some transformators which are distributing the energy coming in to smaller lines throughout the city. At the smaller lines we have nodes, and at those nodes we have, for example, households, big houses, smaller houses, medium-sized houses, different kinds of electric loads, and for example also solar panels maybe at some points. So we have the houses, they need energy, and the solar panels, they produce energy. And then our colleagues, they use typical load profiles to calculate the power flow, the load flow in the grid. So for a household, the power flow or the load flow looks like this. We need a lot of energy in the morning and not so much throughout the day. Maybe then there's only nobody at home, only the fridge is running. And when the people come back to home, they turn on the TV, they turn on the cooking, the stove, they turn on the lights, and they use more energy. And for the solar panels, in the middle of the day and noon, we have the most sun and probably the most energy generated by the solar panel. Taking all this into account for every single one of the loads, you can see how the loads at all the nodes and the generators, transformators are developing. And now we have to integrate also charging stations in the grid. And for this, our colleagues used the Monte Carlo simulation to place the charging stations at different nodes of the grid. So maybe here at the end of one line, or maybe more in the middle, and see how is the load in general reacting. Where is it easier or where is it possible to integrate this charging station? And the special thing about our project is that it's an interdisciplinary approach, and the aim is to link the two parallel design models. So on the one side, the traffic model and the charging station demand modeling, which tells us more or less a priority list, which district needs how many stations. And on the other side, we have a grid model, which tells us where can we install the stations, which nodes are suitable for this. And then we take this information, these results, and give them to our project partners. So for example, the city council or the energy operator the energy operators, they have different points of view. The city council, they want maybe that a charging station is in every district of the city, so all of the citizens have a good access to the charging stations. But the grid operator or the net operator, the electricity operator, they think, oh, we maybe want more charging stations in the city center because they are used more often. There we have more traffic, and then we can earn more money with our charging stations. So there are different perspectives on this and different points of view. And we said, as a research party, we want to be neutral, and we just want to give you the information to take the decision on a good basis. And therefore we give them our information and let them make the decision. We give them criteria to do it. So this is basically the approach of our model. And what did we learn from it? At the moment, this all seems like a lot of work, especially from the grid side, but also the traffic modeling is not an easy task and takes a lot of time. And at the moment, we don't have so many electric cars on the streets yet. So you may be wondering if it's really worth the effort. And yeah, for now, there's some charging stations we need now. You can integrate it more or less wherever you want in the grid of this city we looked at. But as I told you, we are at the moment at the very start of an exponential growth, and many more cars are about to come. And then at some point it will be more cheap to use our approach than it is to change the whole grid and invest into the infrastructure. To reinforce the electric grid is a very expensive thing to do. So it might be worth the effort to do a little more planning and to have a better decision in the end. I thank you very much for your attention, and yeah, if you have some questions, I will be happy to answer them afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Julius, for your presentation. Since we are a bit after time, we will just switch right now to the next presentation, and all questions will be possible after the presentations. And the next presentation will be by a colleague who's not working in our university. He has an own company. And this company is consulting cities in terms of also flood management. So in Germany, there have been some severe floods during the last 20 years at rivers. And Simon is going to talk about how simulation modeling, agent-based modeling can help to better react when a flood is happening.
Yes. Thanks, Tobias, for the introduction. I hope you can see my presentation. Yeah, thank you. So, hello to everyone. My topic today is about agile flood protection in urban areas. The subtitle is Design and Implementation of an Agent-Based Logistics Model to Strengthen Resilience. And I would like to dive right in, so that we can maybe catch up some time. All right. Okay. So the agenda is I would like to speak a bit about the characteristics of urban areas in respect to floodings. Then secondly, we take a look on logistics processes and also in regards of flood protection. Then I will speak about the implementation of an agent-based model. And at the end, I would like to summarize a bit and tell you about the findings. So about urban areas. So we can see that many cities are built near riversides. This has historic reasons, as the river served as the main transport ways in the past. But nowadays it's like this. I mean, we like to live near rivers or waters, but the proximity to rivers causes risk of floodings. So there's not the reason that was in the past for living there. In general, we can see that urban areas are very populated areas which have a dense building structure. So when we again look on flood protection, there's not much space for embankments or like dikes, like permanent structures. And to come back to my first words, I just want to state, like people love the water, so like they like living at rivers, they like walking there, relaxing at riversides. But the flood problem is seen like this: when there are normal water levels, the people like to see the river. So we often hear the words like, the free view on water shall not be blocked. So they don't want to have a wall there in front of their eyes and not seeing the river. And this results in the fact that in urban areas, especially in urban areas, there's a need for mobile flood protection measures. So you won't build permanent structures, you go more the mobile way. And mobile flood protection systems, here's an overview about some of them. Like these are mobile flood protection walls. They can be installed directly at the riverside. Then at B, there is a conventional way. You can also use sandbags to build a dam when there's flooding. You can use big bags, but there are also modern or other versions like water-filled tubes on the right side, this orange tubes, or sand-filled tubes. So there are different kinds of systems, and I want to focus on the flood protection walls today. All other systems are also possible to simulate, but yeah, let's just focus on only this topic. So when we look on mobile flood protection walls from a logistics perspective, we can have a look on the process. Like the systems need storage, which is on the left side, and when a flood event is happening, you need to loading all these elements, this protection elements on trucks, drive them to the flooding site. Then an unloading process is needed with forklifts and a local distribution so that people can start in the last step to install the system. And what we found as a company is that all cities have nearly the same questions. So this is when and where to do what, and which equipment do we need in the logistics process to be ready in time. And if we focus on this process a bit more, we can also see from a logistics perspective that it's actually a just-in-time process. And what makes it a bit different is that it's not a usual just-in-time process which is triggered by the customer or production. Here, the flood event is the trigger. So the water level actually triggers the logistics process. And of course, you want to be ready in time. So this is obvious. So there's no way of being late. So we took this process and thought about how can we make it more agile, or how can we help to answer the question of the cities. And we set up an agent-based simulation model for different reasons. So agent-based, there are lots of different process participants, which I will show you later. And we wanted to have a deeper understanding of why there are bottlenecks, what is happening, what makes the process slow, for example, or what can be done to increase efficiency. So this kind of simulation model is quite good for this. And so we started to have a look on the reality, how flood protection is done today, and build a model. So this is actually the in advance step of building the model. And what our goal was is on the right side to enable a city to make ad hoc or in situ simulations, which means when there is flooding coming, they can put in variable input conditions like which water level is predicted, how many people do we have to react, how many trucks we can organize. So they can put in the variable parameter right before flooding and can get a result, which means what is to do. So the result actually is used to build up a decision on it. So it's a kind of decision-making model. And what is also possible, what we are working on recently, is to bring in small cycles to readjust the model. Like we want to get live feedback from the process, from tracking data, and adjust the model to react and say, for example, on this side you need 5 people more, or 2 trucks more, or just to improve, to get to find an optimal way to respond to the water level. This simulation model is, as I said before, is focused on the water level as a trigger. So differently to normal logistics models which focus on customer or production demand. it focuses on the water level, which you see here in this diagram. So on the left side we have the water level and which is shown over the time. And a usual flood event is that the water level is increasing over the time, and it has a peak. And what you can also see if you analyze historic data is that every flood event is different. So you will get always different curves. And what our logistics model is doing, it is taking the prediction of the flood event, which can be like 1 or 3 days in advance, and is then taking this as a basis to calculate logistics processes. I can tell you we have done it for different cities. Most recently for a city in the south of Germany, they had only 8 hours of reaction time, so it can be very different depending on the location. So what the simulation model is capable of is to use this flood prediction as an input, and then is calculating the transport and installation processes of the flood protection system to find an optimal answer. And this is one thing. The other thing is that it's also capable of a dynamic system configuration, which means you want only to supply and assemble the parts which are needed. So if the flood wave is not that high, you can bring out less parts and bring them just in time to the place of need. To give you a practical overview, I want to introduce you to the city of Cologne, where we made an implementation of this simulation model. On the left side, you see a map of the city. So basically in the city area, there live around about 1.5 million people, so it's quite dense. And what you also see is that the storage places are alongside the river. So there are 8 storages, lots of units which are stored, like 40,000 stock blocks, lots of material. And the storage places look like this in reality. And also to give you some insights about the complexity, there are up to 800 people involved in the logistics process, like 100 supervisors, 290 people which are assembling the system, and up to 180 people in logistics, which means truck driver and forklift driver. So there can be in a maximum 50 trucks bringing all the material to the riverside. So we took all this data as master data for the simulation model. Oh yeah, in this picture you can also see the installation process, and then conducted a simulation. And as a result, I would like to show you a small video. So here you see the River Rhine in Cologne, and what we then did is programming an interface where the city can put in their data, like the flood prediction. So this is the front-end module, which is related to the agent-based simulation model. And when the all flood data are inside the model, and some other parameter like how many people you have, which time you have to alarm, then you can conduct a simulation. And basically in the background of the model, then the trucks are running to the riverside, and like you see here in reality, and people will start with the assembly of the system. This goes on until we have final results. Here you can see again the installation. And we are also capable to simulate other systems like sandbags. We've done this already. And as a result, you get different an overview about the timetable. You can get very precise data, like even loading lists for the trucks, which is very precise. So you come from a very top level and can give process instructions when you choose a scenario. So to catch up the time, I would just like at the end to sum up the results and findings. So with the simulation model, we achieved we achieved a dynamic process adaptation for the logistics process and flood protection, which is absolutely not state of the art. There's also a dynamic configuration possibility, which includes loading lists for trucks. So before it was quite static and people didn't know how to react. So this is already a great achievement of using simulation models in urban areas. And we see that the confidence level and decision making, it's much better now. We have a much better capacity planning in the city and improved process structures. So with all of these things, I can end with stating that the whole system is strengthened in resilience, but also we achieved lowering the costs of flood protection processes. So I would like to thank you for listening to my brief presentation. And yeah, at the end we can have a Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon, for this very interesting presentation. Now you have seen different possibilities of using classical simulation methods to support better decisions in urban logistics and mobility. And the last presentation, or the second last presentation, will be from an alumni of German Kazakh University, Ilya Jackson. He did then his PhD in Riga in Latvia and is working there at the Transport and Telecommunication Institute. And he will present some approaches from artificial intelligence and show how they can support or even automate decision making in production and logistics.
Can you hear me well? Hello. I hope that you can also see me well. May you somehow indicate that you can both hear and see me, and my screen also is shared?
Yes, we.
Oh yeah, thanks a lot. So I believe I can begin. My name is Ilya. I represent the Transport and Telecommunication Institute, and I'm going to present you the topic New Revolution for Automated Decision Making in Production and Logistics. This presentation is mainly based on my recently defended PhD thesis. The outline is the following, but I believe this table represents the big picture of research much better, and it helps to understand the inner logic of the topic. So economic motivation behind modeling in logistics and production is inevitable. We understand that improper planning leads to either shortages or overproduction, and on its turn, overproduction is associated not only with costs but also with environmental concerns. The problem is that it's not always possible to approach problems analytically, especially if they are stochastic and hard to model. The common approach is a simulation modeling, but simulation modeling, if it's simulations, if they are detailed, they become quite bulky in terms of computations, and we need a substitute, which is a meta modeling, but on its turn, meta modeling requires participation of human experts, of artificial intelligence developers or data scientists, and this fact makes the procedure labor intense and costly. Yeah, and at this point, the state of the art ends and my research begins, and my research is, roughly speaking, seeks the way to automate this whole procedure. So firstly, let's start with analytical interactability. So problems in production and logistics become much harder to model and harder to approach with classical operations research when they are multi-product, and the more products we have, the harder it is to approach classically. It's also harder to model when problems are stochastic, when some variables are not constant, but represented by a random variable with a specified distribution. It's harder to model when some variables, for example, demand, are non-stationary, when they are evolve over time, and if some valuable properties of products, of goods, are lost over time. When perishability is involved, it's also harder to model. Simulation appears to be an elegant solution to these issues, because it allows one to model a problem as an executable computer program, and the access to pseudo-random number generators allows one to model stochastic phenomena in a natural way. But this approach also has side effects, namely, when simulation model is extremely detailed, it becomes computationally inefficient or even not feasible to use such approach. And in this case, researchers usually seek for the way to build the model of the model, to find the model that is, and such a procedure is known as meta-modeling. Yeah, we are looking for such a model that is capable to learn and generalize relations within the original model, and to predict the output variable with a certain degree of accuracy. So roughly speaking, we try to sacrifice some accuracy in exchange for computational efficiency. And up-to-date artificial neural networks are quite promising for this procedure. I will talk about that a bit later. But there is a problem with artificial neural networks, namely they require participation of highly qualified labor force, and it's associated with additional time, with costs, and when humans are involved, human factor is also involved. So it becomes quite tempting to automate this procedure. And in this regard, the research is closely associated with so-called AutoML, or automated machine learning. And in 2019, when research was in the ongoing phase, the AutoML was right on the top of Gartner's hype cycle. Up to date, the most prominent approach to meta-modeling automation and to AutoML in general is so-called neural evolution. And as we can understand from its name, it consists of two components: neural component, which is neural network, artificial neural network, and evolutionary component, which is usually genetic algorithm. The idea is the following. We take a baseline model. It is multi-layered perceptron in our case. This fully connected feed-forward neural network is chosen on purpose. Firstly, it's a universal function approximator, which is proved formally by George Tsebenko, and it's capable for nonlinear input-output mapping. So it means that if there is a structure in the data set, the multi-layer perceptron will be able to learn and generalize it. However, we don't know what hyperparameters and what topology do we need to achieve the highest performance, and that's why we actually need genetic algorithm. Besides that, multi-layer perceptron is robust to noise, and it's especially important because the problems under consideration will be stochastic. Yeah. So we should understand that artificial neural networks are rather make up rather class of models, and one artificial neural network differs from another by several features, which may be grouped by two groups related to neural architecture search and related to hyperparameters. Firstly, for example, neural architecture includes depth, how many hidden layers does the network contain, width, how many neurons are within each layer, and hyperparameters includes, for example, learning rate, how fast and accurate is the learning procedure, and optimizer, how exactly weights will be updated, how exactly learning procedure will go. And if we take all the parameters, both related to hyperparameters and related to neural architecture, and encode them to the binary representation, all standard operators of genetic algorithm may be applied. Yeah, and genetic algorithm, roughly speaking, it is a way to mimic natural selection and Darwinistic struggle of living organisms to survive and reproduce. So namely, we generate a population of artificial neural networks. We train them, we evaluate their performance. Less capable are removed, they die out, but features of more capable, they are recombined in the attempt to produce even fitter generation, and this procedure continues until the proper architecture is found or such time runs out. So all the steps may be summarized in such a framework. So the idea is that a vector of random input parameters is generated. It is plugged into the simulation model, and it is replicated several times and produces the output. Both the vector of inputs and output, they are concatenated together and form one observation. If this procedure is repeated in the loop, the whole data set of such observations may be generated, and genetic algorithm searches for such a neural network which is capable to be trained on training data and shows the highest performance or the smallest error on test subsample. So let's apply such a procedure to problems in logistics and production. We consider two problems. The first one is inventory control problem, so-called QR problem. Yeah, the idea is that for every product in the warehouse, for every tradable product, there is a pair of parameters. The first one is reorder point or reorder threshold, and the second one is so-called Q, order size. Yeah, so the idea is that as soon as a certain threshold is reached, a new order appears. Yeah, but we understand that ordered goods will not appear in the storage immediately. It takes some time to be replenished, and the idea is to synchronize these parameters in such a way that roughly speaking, that storage level is small enough but not too small. Yeah, but the problem becomes much harder when perishability is involved, when products expire, when they lose their value, when time horizon progresses. And the second problem consideration is production inventory problem. The idea is that—
Sorry to interrupt. Maybe you can focus now on the main benefits and use cases.
Okay.
presentation?
The time limit approaches, yeah, as I understand. Okay, yeah, so the second problem is also hard. I have a video that demonstrates dynamics, but we've got no time for that, unfortunately. So that's the numerical experiment that will show the main benefit. And the main benefit is such that the suggested algorithm is capable to find the proper neural network that may represent the dynamics within simulation very accurately. And this slide shows it explicitly, yeah. So it's a violent plot and figure on the left. These two, it demonstrates the data generated by the original simulation model, and this on the right demonstrate one reproduced or recreated with the meta model. Yeah, so we see that they are quite close, and statistics also demonstrate that a neural network approximates results quite well, but on its turn, it's almost 200 times faster. Yeah, and why we actually, so let's recall why we have started it. We want to find optimal parameters for both control problems. Yeah, and since the framework is already equipped with genetic algorithm, we can replace simulation model with obtained meta model and code parameters into binary representation and find the optimal solution. Yeah, and the most interesting thing is to compare two solutions, and we have to keep in mind that meta model is by definition approximation, and some error is inevitable. Yeah, and on average, for the first problem, the proposed solution leads to outcome which is worse by on average 5%, and for the second problem, the proposed solution is worse by 3%. Yeah, but taking into account the complexity and stochasticity of the problem, these numbers are not significant. Yeah, and we should keep in mind that accuracy may be improved by deeper, more exhaustive search, but it's also related to the increase in computational budget, so there is always a trade-off. Yeah, with this I can end my talk, but if we have a moment, I will demonstrate the optimal solution in action. So optimal parameters are found, and the system works in such a way that the optimal reorder point and order size is found, and despite this stochasticity in demand, such solution leads to constant increase in accumulated net profit. Yeah, that's the idea. With this, I end my talk. Thank you for attention, and sorry for violated time limit.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ilya. And now we will come to Tom. His presentation was planned as an introduction. Now it will be the conclusion of the session, and Tom will answer the question: digitalization a means to green urban logistics? Yes or not? Tom, you can start your presentation, please. Yeah, you need to stop screen sharing, I guess.
Wait, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Ah, wonderful. Okay, then let me start my presentation, and sorry for the technical problems, but for some reason it did not accept my microphone. Okay, what was planned to be the introduction is now the conclusion, and what we discussed about today, or better to say, what we heard had been many very inspiring and very interesting talks and presentations about how logistics and digitalization can actually green urban logistics and urban mobility, or also what we have seen is how digitalization can help to cope with the outcomings of global warming, better to say, with how we can better react to upcoming more floods with the need of digitalization. Why are we talking about greening urban logistics? It is as simple as it is shown in this diagram. What can we see on the bottom left hand as the current greenhouse gas emissions worldwide? And what you can see is that it's rising till 2020. So till now, you can observe more and more greenhouse gas emissions globally. In order to keep the global warming below the threshold of 1.2, maybe 2 degrees, what means that we avoid to have serious flooding problems worldwide, we need to bring down carbon dioxide emissions, as it is shown in the button 2 pathways. And this is not something which is done somewhere in the world. It is an actual problem of cities and of urban areas. If you look at this diagram, the world population is rising, and it's going to be maybe around 10 billion people on this planet by 2050. But what is more important is that those people will increasingly live in cities, in urban areas. In the most developed countries, by 2050, more than 80% of the citizens will live in a city. And even in the world average, this will be at around 70%. So actually, cities are the place of commerce, are the place of living, are a place of production. And therefore, they significantly shape the way we produce, we consume things, how we move from A to B, and therefore how we as a society produce climate gas or greenhouse gas emissions, and how we can bring those emissions down. And one promising solution often put forward is digitalization. Use cloud computing, smart devices, autonomous vehicles, and all those other technologies to make logistics somehow green again. And the common hypothesis which lies behind this hope of greening logistics is that digitalization increases the transparency of logistic processes and of mobility. Therefore, it raises the efficiency, and an increased efficiency leads to more sustainability. This is what is often heard and what is often told about in many speeches and talks. But there's one major problem, and this is rebound effects. You can see it at an explanation on the left-hand side of this chart. This is the market development of newly produced cars in Germany. What you can see is the average engine power of cars sold in Germany per year. And what you can see is it's rising. Cars are having more and more engine power. Why are they having this? Because the engines are becoming more and more efficient. So what you can observe here is that an increasing efficiency is actually just leading to higher engine powers, and at the end, not leading to an increase in fuel consumption. The fuel consumption stays kind of same because the efficiency goes in more engine power. And this is something we can also observe and describe for logistics. If you increase the delivery efficiency, if we make deliveries cheaper, it leads to higher delivery frequencies and actually won't therefore cut fuel consumptions heavily. And it's the same with traffic flow. If you talk about urban areas, we are often talking about traffic and traffic causing congestion, and therefore also hindering the logistics efficiency and this traffic flow. If we increase traffic flow efficiency, it is just leading to more traffic volumes. More people are using their car, and this is stabilizing or even increasing fuel consumption. So this pure idea of using digital technology to increase those efficiencies actually is not, as we have seen in those examples, leading to a more sustainable city or to more sustainable ways of doing urban logistics. Because besides efficiency, we as a society, as logistics planners, have to focus more on sufficiency. Do we really need to transport it? Is it really necessary to transport it? And we have to focus on consistency. How can we transport things in a way that it's kind of appropriate for the society, for the environment? How can we use materials which are natural, which can be recycled? Those are two strategies we need to align to the strategy of getting things more efficient in order to really reach a sustainable city. And then with those two main strategies, efficiency, sufficiency, and consistency, we can go into instruments of how to design a more sustainable city. We can use green tech, we can use digitalization, but we can also talk about common values, urban design issues, the responsibility of companies and individuals. Those are instruments we can use in this threshold of efficiency, sufficiency, and consistency. And to bring this down to some easy examples to understand it a bit better. In order to green urban logistics, you should be disruptive, as it's known from the digital industry. Be disruptive. But for a city, this means make all things, sustainable concepts, fancy again. More things are known. Talking about logistics, do not talk just about global networks. Talk about regional networks. Use digitalization to plan them, to make them efficient, but to create a regional way of sourcing products and therefore a more sustainable way of sourcing products. Talk about public transport, about buses and trams again. Use digitalization to implement ride sharing, mobility as a service, or logistics integration. Use those all things. They are sustainable, make them fancy again. And you don't need a car for this. You need to move from A to B. The more consistent way is to just use public transport. Or the same as cargo bikes. Cargo bikes are well known for decades. They used to be the main mode of transport at the end of the 19th century in cities. They are coming back. You have seen this in talks today. And it's the same with electric vehicles. It had been a viable technology. Just make them attractive again. They are feasible and they can be consistent and sufficient. And digitalization is not a means in itself. It is a means to create a more sustainable city by making old concepts fancy again. Thank you very much for your presence. Thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to the discussion. Now, Tobias, I can't hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tom. I think it was already a speech, not a presentation, about what we should do as a society in the future. thanks a lot. And now I have to ask Pirizat, do we still have time for discussion, or should we conclude now this session?
I'm sorry, but the time limit, I think it's over. It's about, oh no, we have 2 minutes to discussion.
Okay, then please go ahead.
Sorry.
No problem. Does someone have a question?
May I ask one? The question goes to Tom. It's about his last presentation. What do you say? You started at the beginning with how many people will live in big cities in the future, and then about public transport. What do you think? Will Corona have an effect on this, on moving in big cities? Are there numbers now existing meanwhile that maybe people think after the Corona crisis better to move to rural areas and don't live all packed in the big cities? And what do you think? What is about public transport? At the moment in Germany, they are nearly empty. When you want to have a big car driven around and use a bus, you are alone in it at the moment. What do you think in the future after Coronas will be the use of public transport?
Corona will have an impact on public transport and the usage of public transport. The question is, how steep will this impact really be at the end? Currently, they are empty, and people are still talking that public transport is one place where Corona is spreading. If you look into empirical data, this is not very valid. It's often told, but actually if you look the VIII, the German Association of Public Transport Companies, has a good overview of the recent studies on that, and there's not much evidence for this. And the other interesting part is that if you look at South Korea, Taiwan, and some other Asian countries who already dealt with similar diseases and pandemics, they are still using public transport. Some of those cities, for instance, Seoul has one of the best public transport systems, because if you have dense cities, public transport is actually the only means of transport which has the capability to transport those masses you need to move within a city. And therefore, we will need to discuss some more improvements in public transport in order to make it pandemic secure, but it will have a future.
Okay, thank you, Tom, for answering. Are there any more questions? Okay, if not, I think there were some questions written in the chat. So I would suggest, just when we have to close now, just write these questions to the organizers, and they will forward the questions to us and to Tom, and we can answer them by email. And then I will give back to the organizers and want to say thank you for organizing this conference.
So even if nobody have any questions, so allow me to express some gratitude to all speakers for our conference, for informative and interesting reports. And also I repeat that I want to express my special gratitude to the organizers of this conference. They're made all just to make the conference was held, and such meetings are undoubtedly useful because they are not only possible, but will also be held with increasing quality. We have all witnessed how people communicated and what they want, and I know that we will move smoothly into integration, and this is very crucial. I would like to see our borders expand and strengthen. Thank you very much.
Sorry, can I
moderators
also? Do you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we do.
Yep.
Fine. I want to take this opportunity to make a short conclusion from my point of view. Is it okay? Okay. Today we heard a broad field of trend topics, general trend topics. What? Sorry, I listened to anybody here. We had a lot of information about trend topics and very practical examples from different views. And I think there's a lot of interesting, substantial potential to learn about it. But as I mentioned from beginning on, we should be concrete in the future. It's nice to have presentations and it's nice to have informations, but at least we need concrete steps for the future. And I would like to remember that we founded the logistics center team with 3 participants. One is Mr. Kegan-Bekov. The second is Valeria or Jelena. Jelena is the right name, I remember. And the third guy or the third person, it's myself. So, and we would try and we will do it to come together after this forum and to make a summary and to make steps or to come to concrete steps for the future. And this means the main question is how to come together with industry and research organizations and the companies, and not only in the industrial field. For example, also in the field of agriculture, logistics in rural areas, and so on and so on. There's a lot of there are a lot of things to do, and the main question is how we can build a bridge between the universities and the economy, at least. And I would like to finish with one big point for Kazakhstan. You know that the logistic performance and also the global innovation index for Kazakhstan is not the best. It's friendly spoken. And there is a significant need for improvement. And this forum and the logistics center or the Center for Transformation and Communication, whatever you say to this center, it's absolutely needed basic to come together for the future. And this we should try to do. And this is my conclusion. And I will also thank all the participants for this event and also the organizers from the German Kazakh University. Thank you very much.
Так, уважаемые коллеги, если будет возможность, я бы тоже хотел бы сказать несколько слов. К сожалению, в Алмате сегодня перебои с электричеством, и в связи с тем, что в университете отключили свет, сейчас я не могу себя показать. Это вот тоже проблемы вот онлайн организации форума. А вы меня слышите, да?
На русском мы слышим вас.
Переводчики, вы меня слышите, да? А, он, наверное, должен переключить, да, у себя? Все, хорошо, давайте я продолжу. Но у нас вот перебой с электричеством, поэтому сейчас я приношу извинения, что меня не видно. Но я, в свою очередь, от себя лично и от всех организаторов, от руководства университета хотел бы поблагодарить всех модераторов, спикеров. Да, сегодня действительно было очень большой форум, организованный нашим университетом и Магдебургским университетом Отто фон Герике при поддержке наших коллег в лице профессора Бурхарта Шеля и в лице департамента маркетинга нашего университета и в лице Елены Ерзакович, вот, координатор нашего лог-центра, да, и хотел бы всех поблагодарить за организацию такого форума. Я надеюсь, что, как профессор Шель сказал, что есть над чем подумать, и надо уже предпринимать конкретные шаги для реализации определенных задач. И да, действительно важно для нас, чтобы Казахстанско-Немецкий университет и при нем логистический центр тоже принимал участие в повышении рейтинга развития логистики Казахстана. Поэтому с помощью наших коллег из Германии, я думаю, что нам по силу этого сделать. Мы будем в этом направлении работать при вашей поддержке. Еще раз хочу всех спикеров, всех организаторов поблагодарить. И я сегодня вот в участниках вижу инициатора организации Казахстанско-Германского логистического форума профессора Дитриха Тесса. Я думаю, что будет уместно, если есть возможность профессору Тессу закрыть сегодняшний форум. Господин Дитрих, вы нас слышите?
Я поддерживаю, да, действительно. Мы очень рады вас видеть, профессор.
Ну, к сожалению, наверное, проблемы с микрофоном, да?
Да.
А мы вас слышим.
Да.
Вы можете на русском сказать?
Слышите, да?
Да, мы вас слышим.
Хорошо. Я очень рад, что пришло столько людей, заинтересованных в этом форуме. Особенно должен поблагодарить господина профессора Шиля, что он пригласил и смог пригласить столь интересных и важных людей на открытой конференции. А вам, мои дорогие товарищи в ДКУ, в КНУ, желаю дальнейших успехов и вместе с вашими коллегами из Германии, я думаю, лог-центр дальше будет успешно развиваться. Желаю успехов и всем большого счастья. Спасибо.